Ning Shu stood next to the hospital bed. A doctor wearing a white coat walked through her to save the girl on the bed. Ning Shu looked at the girl on the bed. Her face was pale white and she no longer had any hair on her head. She didn't even have eyebrows anymore. She simply lay quietly on the bed. People looked really funny without eyebrows. Ning Shu never expected to be worried over eyebrows at this point in time. It seemed that death wasn't that scary or painful after all. Right now, Ning Shu didn't feel any pain. That's correct. Ning Shu was dead. She was standing at the side looking at her own body. She tried to re-enter her body. Even though it was a body that had been tormented by illness to the point that it was a mess, she still wanted to live. This light and fluttery feeling made Ning Shu feel very unsettled. At this time, the door to the room opened. A married couple rushed in. Running over, they hugged Ning Shu's body and cried. Following behind them were two men. These were Ning Shu's older brothers. Ning Shu reached out, wanting to hug her mom, but in the end her hand passed through her body. Mom, don't be so sad. Mane is finally free. She's gone to a different world. Ning Shu's eldest brother supported Ning Shu's mom. Ning Shu watched them like a spectator. She has been freed. She has lived in the hospital ever since she was 15. Every week she had to go through chemotherapy 2 times. That bone-penetrating pain has already accompanied her for over 10 years. From the very start, her family was already in despair and showered her with heartache-accompanied love. However, as time passed, they visited the hospital less and less. It was to the point that they became numb to the fact that she was ill. Ning Shu didn't blame them. On the contrary, she felt fortunate that she was born in such a prosperous family and was able to receive treatment. She was satisfied with having lived 10 years, even if it was on a hospital bed. It was just that life contained too many regrets. A smile blossomed on Ning Shu's face. She was very grateful to her family. Thank you. Ning Shu's soul grew lighter and lighter until it finally started floating on its own to some unknown place. Suddenly, Ning Shu heard a sound. A cool and emotionless voice came from within her soul. The soul meets the requirement, locking onto system space. Immediately following that, Ning Shu felt something cold flow into her soul. Even though she was in this state, she could feel an ice-cold energy explode in her soul. Under the attack of this power, Ning Shu lost consciousness. Before she fell unconscious, her last thought was, hopefully this doesn't mean that she can't reincarnate. After an unknown period of time, Ning Shu finally woke up again. She felt very tired and her soul felt heavy. Fatigue of the soul caused people to have a drained and also very panicked feeling. Ning Shu rubbed her head. It was purely a reflex, but unexpectedly when she touched her head, it felt like she was rubbing cotton. Ning Shu felt both pleasantly surprised and terrified, completely confused as to what was going on. Her soul actually changed into this texture. She didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. However, at the very least, it wouldn't be easy for her soul to dissipate like this. After calming down, Ning Shu started looking around. It was completely white without a single item in sight. There was no sound, no trace of life. It was deathly still without a thing. It was too quiet, eerily quiet. Humans have always been frightened of unknown things. Ning Shu also wasn't an exception. Even if she was now a soul, she still felt her hair stand on end facing this kind of situation. However, for better or for worse, she was still alive right now. Although it was a different type of living. Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided to stop thinking about it and simply accept what came. Ning Shu tried stomping on the thing below her feet. It felt very strange. She bent down and touched it with her hand. She'd never seen this kind of thing before. Ning Shu observed her surroundings and found that she was the only one here. Hence, she gave up on the thought of finding a companion and sat down on the ground. Sitting as if she was about to meditate, she closed her eyes. In truth, Ning Shu loved life more than anyone else. There was definitely a reason why she was here, so she could only wait to see what exactly fate had in store for her. Ning Shu didn't know if she was just imagining it, but she felt very comfortable sitting this way. That's not right. It should be said that her soul felt very comfortable. Some warm things flowed into her body and made Ning Shu feel a bit airy. endless waiting inevitably caused fear. Ning Shu discovered a game to pass the time, and that was mediating and absorbing that unknown thing into her body. Ning Shu didn't know how she was supposed to absorb these things, so she could only rely on mediating. Ning Shu opened her eyes. Her eyes contained surprise and joy as she felt her own body. The reason for the joy was because she had felt her body change a little. Before, her body had felt soft like cotton with a very thin texture, but now her body felt slightly more condensed. Of course, it was just a little bit, but Ning Shu still felt it. What exactly was this place? It actually had the effect of strengthening souls. It was way too magical. Test results meet the requirement. Starting task. A cold mechanical voice spoke. In this deathly still space, it was abnormally abrupt and strange. Upon hearing this voice, she felt a chill as if she had heard this voice before. She had heard it right before she fainted. Ning Shu was cautious in regards to the things she didn't understand. She didn't open her mouth to demand who the person was or to ask what goal they had. What could other people possibly want her for with her like this? Your current number is 2333. Number 2333, do you want to start the task right now? Ning Shu, for some reason, felt that she was being ridiculed with 2333, this kind of number. Then she heard that some sort of task was about to start. Although she didn't know what exactly that meant, she replied immediately, "Start the task." Ning Shu had just finished speaking when a projected screen appeared in front of her. On it, her information was displayed. Number 2333 name. Ning Shu age, 27 experience. 0/10,000. Soul 60 life, 50 charm. Luck, 20 mental strength. 120 abilities. None. Acquired titles. None. Upon seeing these stats, Ning Shu had a feeling as if she was playing a game. But why were there only questions marks for her charm? However, charm was not very important, so Ning Shu didn't mind it and asked about other things instead. My number is 2333, so does that mean there are people with numbers before that? Player does not have the authority to know. It was the ice-cold voice. Then what happens after the experience points reach 10,000? Player does not have the authority to know. Since I'm a player, are there other players? Player does not have the authority to know. Why are my charm points unknown? She probably had the right to know this, right? The machine voice paused for a moment before it said, while Host was alive, no man expressed a favorable opinion or love towards Host. That's why Host's charm cannot be determined. If it was said that the illness brought Ning Shu endless pain and suffering, it also had to be acknowledged that it gave Ning Shu a tenacious mentality. Without a strong mentality, upon facing endless pain and suffering, a person would commit suicide in order to escape the torment. This world contained many realms, and Ning Shu's task was to enter those realms and fulfill the instructor's requests. These instructors would sacrifice certain things in hopes that their lives would improve. This was where the task takers rose to the occasion. When Ning Shu found out that she could enter other people's bodies, she was very happy. While she worked on completing the task, she could even experience the life of a healthy person and fulfill her last lifetime's regret. However, the thing that called itself the system poured cold water on her. You only have 5 years to do the task. You only have 50 life points. 1 life point is equal to 1 year. Once you use up all your life points, you'll completely disappear. Of course, you can choose to stay in the task world and spend your entire life there, but afterward, that will be it. Ning Shu nodded to indicate that she understood. For the first task, I've selected the easiest one from within the system. It's a school campus world. Do you wish to start the task now? The system's voice was very cold without a hint of emotion. Every time Ning Shu heard the system make a sound, her entire body would feel a chill. She really didn't like its sound, so she immediately replied, "Start the task." Right after Ning Shu finished speaking, she felt dizzy. She felt as if her entire body had been shoved into a narrow bottle. She couldn't move an inch and felt like she was about to die. Beat this damn bitch to death. Does she even look at herself to actually approach the prince? She sure has thick skin. Does she actually think she's some rich miss? Slut. When Ning Shu could finally feel sensations again, she immediately heard a buzzing sound along with the sound of a lot of people shouting. Her body was being kicked. It was as if these people wanted to break her bones. What kind of situation was this? Didn't the system say that this was the easiest task? Why was she being beat up the moment she was sent over? It was supposed to be an easy task, wasn't it? Ning Shu opened her eyes. All around were bright, big white legs. From time to time, a leg would extend forward and kick her. She could even see these people's underwear when they lifted their legs. There was a stinky smell on the floor tiles along with the distinctive smell bathrooms had. Ning Shu instantly realized what she encountered. She was being beaten up in the bathroom. Right now, her mind was completely blank. She didn't have time to receive this world's storyline at all. Ning Shu couldn't help but be stunned upon facing this kind of situation. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of Ning Shu and lifted her by her collar. Ning Shu's body involuntarily stood up. She opened her eyes and looked at the person in front of her. The person grabbing her collar was a girl. She was wearing a school uniform and a short skirt. Her eyes were filled with disgust and disdain as she looked at Ning Shu. She scratched Ning Shu's face with her long nails as if she wanted to tear off Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu's body convulsed from pain. She had endured over 10 years of torment from illness, but this body was not used to pain, so a cry of pain involuntarily escaped. Upon seeing the pleased expression that emerged in that girl's eyes, Ning Shu's heart chilled. How much hatred was there to make a youthful little lady expose this kind of expression? This wasn't simple campus violence anymore. When that girl saw the dull expression on Ning Shu's face, she grabbed her by her hair and smashed her head towards the wall. Ning Shu had been dizzy in the first place. Now that the person was hitting her head against the wall, her consciousness became even fuzzier. It was to the point that she felt her soul was about to pop out from this body. Ning Shu panicked a little. She couldn't leave this body. If she did, what would happen to her task? There was no reason to fail the first task just like this. She could instinctively sense that if she failed like this, she may disappear. The person named Ning Shu would cease to exist. With pure willpower, Ning Shu endured the pain in her body. Perhaps they were bored with her since she wasn't resisting anymore, because those girls finally let her go and left. As they walked by, they stepped on her, causing Ning Shu's body to jerk from pain. Suddenly, a hard-to-control feeling of being wronged and hatred emerged in Ning Shu's heart, causing the body she was possessing to tremble with the desire to rush up and rip those people to shreds to let them experience this pain and humiliation. Ning Shu was shocked by this body's reaction. It was quite a while before she managed to repress this feeling. She got up from the ground, went into the bathroom, and sat on the toilet completely out of strength. Right now, Ning Shu's entire body hurt. These damn girls really didn't hold back. Ning Shu waited until her emotions calmed down a little before proceeding to receive this world's storyline. Ace Academy was an aristocratic school. All the people that could attend this school were from wealthy families. It was a gold-plated location for the children of the rich and powerful. There was an absolute hierarchy which was determined each semester by money. However, one day, a little ugly duckling appeared in this place full of beautiful swans. Her appearance was like a stain on a beautiful painting of luxurious flowers, an existence that wrecked the painting. Hence, this ugly duckling experienced the malice of the world and was bullied terribly. Every school inevitably had a few of these existences, handsome and rich, seeming to possess all the good things in the world. A prince with a noble family background whose stomps could shake up the world's economy. Ace also had this kind of prince. It even had 3. And these 3 had inseverable emotional ties to the ugly duckling. In reality, none of this had much to do with Ning Shu. She wasn't the ugly duckling. This body's name was Lin Jiajia. She was a sophomore in high school. Her family ran a company. The only reason she'd been able to enter Ace, this type of aristocratic school, was completely due to a stroke of dogshit luck. As for why so many people were beating her up, it was because she had offended that ugly duckling. This ugly duckling was originally a female cultivator in a cultivation world. After her body was destroyed by someone, she transmigrated into the ugly duckling's body. Due to the fact that she had cured an illustrious person's illness with spiritual energy, she was able to come to Ace. The female cultivator didn't care for this body, but she had no way to leave it. Her strength had fallen by a great amount, and she would disappear if she left this body. Thus, she used a bit of spiritual energy to change this body's essence. The originally gray, ugly duckling instantly became a glamorous goddess. Facing the bullying of the students, the ugly duckling. No, it wasn't suitable to keep calling her ugly duckling anymore. Ling Zhu felt that the bullying was very childish and easily resolved it all. Ling Zhu had no intention of standing out in the school and continued to disguise herself with dirt. But this ended up attracting the attentions of the three princes. The female cultivator had lived for a long time and naturally wouldn't to take a fancy to those brats, but she felt no harm in using them to feel superior. This place wasn't the cruel cultivation world. After Ling Zhu relaxed, she was happy to let people pursue her. Cultivator. Ning Shu's jaw dropped. Wasn't this supposed to be the simplest world? But there was even a cultivator present. Ning Shu naturally knew what a cultivator was. In the eyes of normal people, cultivators were practically gods. Such an odd character actually appeared in this school campus world. Ning Shu no longer harbored much hope towards this task. She was just an ordinary person, while the opponent was a cheat-like existence that played betting on stones, established underground societies, and stirred the world with her every move. In the school, she was pursued like a goddess. Outside of the school, she was the queen of the night. Felt like Ling Zhu was going to break this world playing with it. The difference in abilities was too great. Ning Shu suspected that cold system of trolling her. This was a simple task. Then she looked at the original host wish. Kick the aloof and arrogant Ling Zhu down into the mud, make it so the person she liked. Lang Ao no longer gets toyed around with by Ling Zhu, and punish all the people that helped Ling Zhu bully her. Ning Shu? Ning Shu truly felt that the task she received was off. It was very, very off. Although she was a task taker, she didn't have any special abilities. In face of true power, everything was fleeting clouds. Strength could destroy everything. Ning Shu tried calling out in her heart to see if she could contact the system. The original host's desires were seriously too hard. She couldn't help with this counterattack. Ning Shu knew her own abilities. She would probably be decimated before even reaching Ling Zhu. She treasured her little life. Ning Shu was just trying it out. Unexpectedly, she really made contact with the system. There was the sound of electricity before the system's mechanical voice appeared. Why are you in this world? Ning Shu puked blood. How would she know why she was in this world? This is a mid-level world. What did you come to this world for? You won't be able to complete a mid-level world's task. Oh, it seems like there was a mistake in the transfer process. Yes, there is a bit of a problem with my program. For the time being, I can't transfer you back. Since you've taken possession of the entruster's identity, you still have to continue the task. The sound of a flowing electric current came again. Then the system disappeared. Ning Shu stood dumbfounded. So her task difficulty had increased by n levels? Ning Shu suddenly recalled her luck level. Was her luck too low? Is that why this kind of situation occurred? At this rate, she'd be trolled to death? However, Ning Shu was no longer afraid. Being backed into a corner caused her resolve to strengthen. She'd already died once, so what else was there to be afraid of? Ning Shu felt that, on the contrary, she had benefited in the fact that she'd been able to possess a healthy body like this. Ning Shu didn't know about other things, but enduring patiently was something she was expert in. As for the earlier incident of violence, it was due to the fact that the original host ran to Lang A and said in front of Prince Lang that Ling Zhu was involved with someone in a gang. That Ling Zhu had a relationship with the boss of a crime syndicate. She believed herself to be waking Lang Yo up and preventing him from being tricked. But in any case, she bad-mouthed Ling Zhu a lot. In reality, everything the original host, Lin Jiajia, said was true. Ling Zhu was involved with someone in a gang. She had speaking power within the underground society, and her true love was the boss of a syndicate. Mature, spicy, and ruthless, not to mention skillful and godly good-looking, was the type Ling Zhu liked. As for those princes that were pursuing her in school, Ling Zhu only saw them as childish little brats and simply played with them a little when she got bored. Yet it just happened that those 3 princes liked being teased this way. When Ling Zhu found out that the original host went and badmouthed her in front of Lang Ah, she sent someone to teach the original host a lesson. Ling Zhu didn't even feel like personally moving to deal with this type of insignificant character, which was what led to the bathroom incident earlier. The people that hit her earlier were people that the original host, Lin Jiajia, wanted revenge on as well. Sigh, the road to completing the heavy task sure was long. Ning Shu still had no idea how to go about it. Opening the door, she left the bathroom. It was currently class time, so there was no one wandering around the campus. Ning Shu headed towards the nurse's office based on what she remembered. The wounds on this body had to be treated. Nothing was more important than a healthy body. Not to mention, there was nothing else she could do right now either. The school doctor was a man about 20 years old. He wore glasses that added a refined charm to his handsome face, and the large white coat managed to hang on his body in a way that gave off a hint of sexiness. In short, he was a very attractive man. Just this room full of injured female students. If it wasn't a stomachache, then it was a sprained ankle. Some were even asking the doctor to rub their stomachs, because they had cramps, was proof enough for how much the female students liked this man. Ning Shu's lips twitched as she got in line. She looked at the female student in front of her and saw that hearts were pretty much leaping out of her eyes. She didn't seem to be feeling well at all. She was probably the only one in this entire room that was actually injured. Could they let her go first? Ning Shu leaned against the wall and finally managed to wait until it was her turn. The school doctor glanced at Ning Shu. Seeing her bruised face, shock appeared on his handsome face. It was obvious that he had seen too many people feign illnesses. The sudden appearance of an actual injured person was surprising and new. Ning Shu pointed at the injury on her forehead and said straightforwardly, "Help me treat this. As for the injuries on her body, she'll deal with them herself." She thought that the school doctor would be a woman, yet it turned out to be such a handsome man. It was such a waste for him to be a school doctor, as expected of a place where the female lead was staying. Even the school doctor was such an attractive male. Taking a cotton swab and dipping it in rubbing alcohol, the school doctor directly jabbed it towards the bruised region on Ning Shu's face without a trace of gentleness. Ning Shu gritted her teeth. Even the school doctor was being so fierce towards her, despite there being no enmity between them. Was the entire school enveloped by Ling Zhu's influence? After that, the school doctor simply bandaged the wound and declared that it was done. It's done. How did you get injured? Her forehead was bleeding and that swollen, yet this was all he did to treat it. As a patient that has stayed in the hospital for over 10 years, she felt that this doctor's attitude was clearly being disrespectful towards life and irresponsible. "This is it?" Ning Shu spoke up about it after all. She pointed at her forehead, which was swollen to the point it could be a horn. She was very dissatisfied with this crude treatment. Seriously, nothing was going well. The school doctor pushed up his glasses. His eyes shot out a light that gave people a very sinister and dark feeling as he asked mildly, "Then how do you want me to? Treat it? Wrap up your entire body?" This school doctor position of his was pretty much decoration. Which of the students in the school actually needed a school doctor? All of their families had specialized doctors, yet he suddenly encountered a student that actually needed a doctor. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu with his eyebrows raised. Ning Shu was tongue-tied. His confident and justified tone made it seem as if she was the one causing a fuss out of nothing. She had only transmigrated over for a few moments, yet she felt like her past worldview had been completely smashed. The little ladies in school could be so fierce. The school doctor that worked at school could be so arrogant, not even worried that the school would fire him. Ning Shu didn't know what to say. She really didn't have anything that she needed to say to him either, so she got up and made to leave. Right now, her thoughts were filled with the task. Even if the task was difficult, she still had to do her best to complete it. Ning Shu had no words left to say about the school doctor's arrogant and self-righteous attitude. She simply walked out with gauze wrapped around her forehead. This attracted the doctor's interest, and he kept watching her until her figure was out of sight. Ning Shu returned to the classroom based on the original host's memories. In truth, she was very moved to see the classroom. She had been staying in the hospital ever since she was 15, so she never had the chance to go into a classroom after that. However, this moment of excitement was instantly extinguished. Ning Shu was about to head in when a teacher wearing glasses blocked her way. Lin Jiajia, you skipped class and purposefully arrived late, so you don't have to attend this class, just stand at the door. Mrs. Liang spoke mildly, but her gaze revealed disdain. Don't disrupt others in their learning. Ning Shu was very unhappy, but she knew that she didn't have the power to resist, so she obediently stood at the door. Mrs. Liang gave a humph. She was the image of a mean, spirited middle-aged woman, nothing like an engineer of the human soul. ACE was an aristocratic school, so the status of teachers within the school weren't even as high as that of the students. Moreover, these students were not people the teachers could afford to offend. Currently, she was someone everyone in ACE could yell at, so Mrs. Liang naturally joined in on throwing stones at the person who fell down the well. By doing this, she could curry favor with the three princes who were god-like existences within the school. Lin Jiajia's memories showed that back then, when the entire school was bullying Ling Zhu, Mrs. Liang had made things difficult for Ling Zhu at every turn. However, when Ling Zhu reversed her circumstances, Mrs. Liang immediately changed her attitude and started currying favor with Ling Zhu. This was what an opportunist was like. Ning Shu stood in the hallway. She could hear the whistles and laughter coming from the classroom. Some people even stood up to look at her with disdainful and mocking gazes. What exactly did the original host do to make these people hate her so much? It was to the point it seemed as if she had murdered their fathers. Ning Shu re-examined Lin Jiajia's memories. She didn't seem to have done much of anything. All she did was cause trouble for Ling Zhu like crazy. Before she knew it, it seemed like everyone hated her. Ning Shu was speechless. In this world, Ling Zhu played the absolute leading role, and these worlds all revolved around the main lead. Ling Zhu only needed to move a finger and countless people would scramble to blindly worship her. This wasn't charm anymore, it was terrifying. How would this world end up? Ning Shu felt that she was being overly meddlesome. She didn't even have the outlines of a plan for completing her current task, yet her thoughts had ran off to worry about humanity and the world. Ning Shu's legs hurt a bit from standing, so she stood on one leg, switching legs from time to time. The bell that announced the end of class finally rang, but before Ning Shu could move, a swarm of people rushed out from the classroom and surrounded her. These were the people that had beaten Ning Shu up in the restroom. And Rong was the girl who had smashed Ning Shu's head against the wall. She was currently chewing gum. She lifted her chin and looked down at Ning Shu. With a strange tone, she said, "You actually dared to come to class? Looks like you don't have much of a long-term memory." Ning Shu's body trembled. This body was afraid of this person. In the story, this girl named Rong acted as Ling Zhu's lackey and beat the original host up so much that she was bruised all over every single day. Resentment and fear arose in her heart. If it was said that Ling Zhu was the person the original host hated most, it had to be said that the original host hated Rong no less. After all, Rong had personally done many things to the original host. "Prince Ling is coming, Prince Ling is coming." The sound of girls shrieking filled the surroundings. Both sides of the hall were filled with girls, but a path appeared in the middle. Three princes that brought their own glow-emitting devices walked towards Ning Shu's classroom. Like stars revolving around the moon, the surroundings were filled with the shrieks of excited girls. Ning Shu's gaze focused on the person that was at the very front. He was tall with a cold expression on his face, but this coldness contained a sort of immaturity that made him seem like a rebel. He seemed noble and aloof, and at the same time, haughty and cool. Ning Shu could feel her heart pounding, her face was even flushed. Ning Shu indicated that this was simply the body's reaction. It had nothing to do with her. And Rong, who was originally throwing her weight around, immediately became a sweet little girl again upon seeing the three princes. The domineering air disappeared without a trace, as if she was an entirely different person. All the surrounding girls were blushing as well. It didn't matter what type the girls liked, whether it was aloof, passionate, or elegant. All the possible characteristics were present among the three princes. A bitter and resentful thought emerged in Ning Shu's heart. They're all vixens, these damned vixens. Black lines emerged on Ning Shu's forehead. How much did the original host like Lang All? Even when offering her own soul in order to have a better life, she didn't forget to save Lang Or from Ling Zu's charm. Prince Lang, you're here for Ling Zu, right? Ling Zu's in the classroom, I'll help you call her, said Enrong excitedly. Then she rushed into the classroom to call Ling Zu. Forgot to mention that the original host was actually classmates with Ling Zu. What'll fate? Ling Zu already knew about the situation outside. When she thought about the fact that she, a cultivator, actually had to go outside to see these ordinary people, she felt irritated. However, she reminded herself that these little kids were capable of helping her deal with some small problems. They could allow her to live comfortably in the school. Sometimes influence was simply that convenient. Just a sentence from Prince Lang was enough. It was easier than cake for her to make things difficult for someone. Thus, Ling Zu got over the feeling of annoyance. The princess that all the girls in the school liked actually liked her. Though Ling Zu was a cultivator, she was also a woman, and she was even vainer than most women. Ling Zu smiled, then walked out of the classroom. Flipping her hair back with her hand, she gave a slight smile. Everyone looking at Ling Zu at that moment felt enchanted as if sweet-scented flowers were falling from the sky. When Ning Shu saw Ling Zu, she couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected, she was a remarkably beautiful woman. Her features were exquisite and noble, yet also strangely friendly and made people want to get close to her. Even Ning Shu felt an urge to get closer to Ling Zu when she saw her, as if Ling Zu was the person she knew the best, the person she loved the most. Ning Shu was inwardly shocked. What was this? The main character halo was actually that powerful? Ning Shu carefully thought about it. It was probably due to spiritual energy. Ling Zu was a cultivator who absorbed the world's spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was something that the body had to get close to in order to absorb. Human bodies instinctively crave spiritual energy, which led to this feeling of wanting to get close to Ling Zu. Ning Shu's line of thought then got to the original host. Her zealous love for Lang had actually forcefully blocked the effect of the main character halo and her body's thirst for spiritual energy. Ling Zu took in these people as captivated expressions. Even the cool-tempered Lang was stunned and felt very pleased. The spiritual energy she used to transform this body wasn't sacrificed in vain. Things were very difficult for women in the cultivating world she used to live in. There were not a lot of female cultivators that had been able to climb to the top using their own strength. Most of them relied on men and became human cauldrons. However, these men were currently so captivated by her charm that they couldn't extricate themselves. Ling Zu looked around and saw that everyone was looking at her, except for Ning Shu, who had her head lowered. She knitted her brows unhappily. This Lin Jiajia always caused her trouble, but she only had to complain about it a little, and Enrong would immediately bring people to deal with her. Ning Shu lowered her head, suppressing her impulse to grab Ling Ao and shake him awake. Ning Shu felt that she was too weak. She kept being influenced by the remnant feelings in this body and had to use a lot of effort in order to suppress those feelings. She knew that she couldn't allow herself to be influenced by the original host's emotions, because if she did, how would she be any different from the original host? She had to stay calm. At this time, she suddenly felt a cold gaze shoot towards her. Ning Shu lifted her head and met with Ling Zu's gaze. What kind of gaze was it? It was cold, detached, and aloof, as if she was looking at an ant. Ning Shu was puzzled. She was hiding at the side and wasn't causing trouble right now. Why was the main lead looking at her? Ning Shu didn't dare to confront Ling Zu right now, as the difference between their abilities was too great. It was like the rift between heaven and earth. She could only plan quietly and avoid disturbing the tiger. If she ended up provoking the tiger, she'd be chopped right up and thrown into the river for the fishies to eat. That's right, the the female lead was precisely this fierce and ruthless. Lang Ao saw that Ling Xu's gaze was directed at Ning Shu, so he also looked towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu's body immediately started trembling from excitement. It was just a glance. What was this body being so excited for? Ning Shu, wasn't he the original host, and wasn't he affected by Lang Ao's instant kill good looks? To Ning Shu, who had already died once, this guy was just a pink skeleton. Lang Eo looked at Ning Shu and knitted his brows. Strong disgust surfaced in his eyes. It was clear that he had recalled who she was. Didn't he have a trace of a favorable opinion towards this Lin Jiajia who was always trying to hang on to him? He felt that she was disgusting and had said so casually, then the entire school started bullying her. Who did she think she was? And she even told him to stay away from Ling Zhu. She sure didn't know her own place. He sensed her gaze. Why was her gaze so clear? In the past, it was disgusting, filled with what she believed to be deep love, but right now there was nothing in her eyes at all. She looked at him as if she was looking at a stranger. Lang A sneered. She was trying the ploy of capture by letting loose to gain his attention. How childish. Lang A turned around to look at Ling Zhu. His eyes were full of gentleness, yet he spoke like a tsundere. Hey woman, my birthday's this weekend. You're coming to my dinner party, right? Ling Zhu wasn't interested in some birthday party. Right now she was busy with expanding her territory. Speaking of that, Ling Zhu ground her teeth. She had actually encountered an obstacle. She had been relying on her cultivation. Her body had been modified by spiritual energy and was completely different from those of normal people. Yet that man had actually not been at a disadvantage when fighting with her. It made Ling Zhu depressed. At the same time, she felt a desire to subdue him. Lang Ao's expression was a little nervous when Ling Zhu didn't speak. He also felt a little hurt, but he didn't show it. He simply lifted his chin and said, I won't let you off if you don't come. How childish, Ling Zhu couldn't help but think of the man that she had exchanged blows with. Cold, ruthless, hot, and most importantly, he was very capable. Moreover, his gaze scorched when he looked at her, and it also carried a bit of an ambiguous flavor. The moment Ling Zhu recalled his gaze, her heart would start beating out of control. All women liked being subdued by a strong man, especially Ling Zhu, who had come from the cultivating world. To her, ordinary people were just ants. However, Ling Zhu saw the nervousness and hope in Ling Ao's eyes and felt that it was really enjoyable to be able to dictate people as emotions like this. Ling Zhu liked this world. Although there was barely any spiritual energy, it was also very different from the cultivation world. Ling Zhu felt that she was at the summit of this world, and it was a very refreshing feeling.
I'll go and I'll prepare a gift too, said Ling Zhu calmly.
I'll go and I'll prepare a gift too, said Ling Zhu calmly. There was not a trace of a ripple in her emotions, no trace of being overwhelmed by favor from a superior. A smile immediately appeared on Ling Ao's face. However, he still kept his chin lifted in a tsundere manner. At least you know some tact. Ning Shu was pretty tired of watching this whole scene. She didn't feel that Lang Ao's tsundere personality was cute at all. She just felt that he was too self-important. The way he looked down on people and acted as if he was giving alms to the poor made people's hands itch. She felt that there was no point being concerned about this kind of person who couldn't even differentiate good from bad. It was clearly a school campus world, yet the main female lead was too. Apso, the aloof prince that all living things bowed to, became a supporting male lead, while the other two princes changed directly into side, character Ning Shu. Ning Shu suspected that Lang Ao's entire existence was for the sole purpose of setting off the male lead, S mature charm. The moment Ning Shu made the decision to not care about Lang Ao, the body she was possessing started resisting her thoughts and even started to reject her soul. She was alarmed and hastily repeated in her heart, I'm here to save Prince Lang, save Prince Lang, save Prince Lang. The body's remnant emotions only calmed down after quite a while. Ning Shu looked towards the sky, speechless. In a stroke of bad luck, she'd been transferred to this world. Her tasks were practically impossible to complete, and now the remnant emotions in this body kept causing trouble. Ning Shu felt an urge to face the wind and shed tears. How could she increase her luck points? How could she increase moral integrity? Lang Ah passed by in front of Ning Shu. He slanted a glance at her, then stopped. He towered over her as he looked down at her slightly twisted face. Ning Shu didn't know what was going on and blinked as she looked at Lang Ah. Lang Oh looked at her eyes. They were very clear to the point that his silhouette was reflected, to the point that one could get lost in the calmness of those eyes. Immediately afterward, Ling Jiajia realized that his thoughts were off. She was just a love-struck fool. She had always kept bothering him like a nut job and always went on about how he was being deceived. By Ling Zhu? Was Ling Zhu someone a nobody like her could slander? Don't appear in front of me again. I won't ever like you. You should just give up. If you say bad things about Ling Zhu again, I'll make you regret it. Ling Ao's tone was callous. Ning Shu had no doubt that he was serious. This was the part of the task that Ning Shu was most depressed about. The original host clearly had deep feelings towards Ling Ao and insisted on making him turn around and see that the shore was behind him. But Ning Shu's opinion was, please, could you stop kicking up trouble? Ning Shu looked at Lang Ao's arrogant face. Wait, no, at his chin. The guy was seriously too tall. Ning Shu tilted her head back, enduring the sharp pain from her heart. Lang Ao saw that her face had abruptly lost color and turned pale. He felt no sympathy. On the contrary, he felt pleased at having helped Ling Zhu vent some anger. After saying these cold-hearted things, Ling Ao left without paying even the slightest attention to the damage his words had dealt on girl. The mocking gazes of the people around, their sneers and laughter, stabbed Ning Shu like needles. What an egoistic person. He lived completely inside his own world. Ning Shu really didn't understand why the original host liked a person like Lang Ao so much. Was it because of his looks, or because of his family background? From Ning Shu's point of view, Lang Ao was just a person that did whatever he pleased, relying on the fact that everyone liked him. What part of a person like this was cute? Ning Shu's heart was numb from pain. She really hated being influenced like this by these kinds of emotions. It was really annoying. Ling Zhu laughed slightly, probably due to the fact that Ling Jiajia was trying to please her. She slanted a glance at Ning Shu as she walked past. An elegant fragrance drifted over. Ning Shu sniffed. It smelled really nice. She was really an attractive woman. Ning Shu didn't deny that Ling Zhu was attractive. If she wasn't, she wouldn't have been able to captivate the male lead. So many supporting male leads and the countless little brothers that served her. Ning Shu couldn't quite sit still with everyone constantly looking at her. When classes were finally over and she left the school, she saw a driver waiting at the school entrance. When the driver saw Ning Shu, he immediately opened the car door and said, "Miss, Master is waiting for you." Ning Shu's brows raised as she looked at all the private cars parked by the entrance. She was finally getting a feel for why Ace Academy was called a school for the aristocracy. She picked out the identity of Master from her memories. He was this body's father. In reality, Lin Jiajia felt very inferior. Her family had established themselves by doing retail. Her father did count as a wealthy and influential person, but in the eyes of genuine aristocratic families that had inside information, her family was just an unsophisticated upstart. That was why it was said that Lin Jiajia had only been able to enter Ace Academy due to dogshit luck. These people had already forgotten that Ling Zhu's family background couldn't even compare to Lin Jiajia. So all they knew was that Lin Jiajia was an existence everyone currently hated. Lin Jiajia's situation was much worse than Ling Zhu's used to be. Not everyone was an ugly duckling that could become a swan. This body's father had sent her into Ace Academy for the sake of having her make connections with these aristocrats. Ace Academy contained the younger generations of families influential in the business world and in the political sector. Gaining a connection to any random person in Ace Academy would help the business. However, Lin Jiajia actually became the enemy of the entire school. It was so complicated. Ning Shu sighed. Ning Shu had just stepped into the living room when she met with a pelt of slaps.
There was a lot of force behind the slaps. It was clear that the person wasn't holding back at all.
There was a lot of force behind the slaps. It was clear that the person wasn't holding back at all.
Enough.
Enough. How many times do people need to hit her a day? Ning Shu was practically about to burst with rage. Were all the people in this world mentally ill? Were they incapable of talking with their mouths? What's with that look? Father Lin saw his daughter looking at him with a dark expression in her eyes and was stunned for a moment. However, immediately afterward, he became even more angry. Pointing at Ning Shu, he shouted, "The Lin family provides you with food and shelter, and gave you a life other people wouldn't have the chance to enjoy their entire lifetime. Yet, when we sent you to make some connections, you decided to go and offend everyone at the school. Do you know the identities of the people in this school? What's in that head of yours, dog shit? Do you even look at how you act? You feel like you're a match for Lin Yu? The person has already told you not to appear in front of him. Your actions have already affected the company. Lin Jiajia, haven't you messed around enough? I didn't send you to Ace to cause me trouble and make the company lose money. You can't even do a single thing right. Ning Shu, didn't he have the chance to say a single word before Father Lin started going on a tirade? Ning Shu moved her head a little. Her head kept buzzing. She had definitely gotten a cerebral concussion from being hit. He was truly a top-class scumbag dad. Ning Shu was starting to feel sympathy for the original host. The original host's life was already this miserable. Yet she still didn't forget about saving Prince Ling. Ning Shu really wanted to leave this world. These people's behaviors were way too ineffable. Father Lin rambled on about a lot of stuff. When his mouth got dry, he lifted a cup of tea and took a drink. He saw that Ning Shu had her head lowered silently and couldn't tell if she had been listening to him or not. Then he thought about how things hadn't been looking well for the company. It seemed like the company was about to be driven to bankruptcy by this daughter who only brought bad luck. Inspectors would come to the company every day. For a while it would be about taxes, then about formalities. In any case, they kept coming for all sorts of reasons, and Father Lin was practically about to be driven crazy. Lifting the teacup, he threw it towards Ning Shu. After being hit for no reason earlier, Ning Shu had kept an eye on Father Lin's movements. The moment she saw him move, she dodged. The teacup instantly hit the floor and shattered. Father Lin pointed at Ning Shu with one hand while covering his chest with his other hand. He looked as if he was about to have a heart attack. In the end, he revealed a helpless and pained expression as if he was suffering but couldn't do anything about it. Ning Shu, what was going on now? Jiajia, you should leave the Lin family. This is just a temporary measure. After some time and these events pass, Father will bring you back into the family. Jiajia, Father loves you, but Father really doesn't have any other way. Jiajia, don't blame Father, all right? Ning Shu stammered. Father, what do you mean? A bad feeling was emerging in Ning Shu's heart. She hoped it wasn't what she was thinking. Her moral integrity wasn't that bad, right? Wasn't 20 points of luck a little too low? From now on, you aren't the Lin family's daughter anymore. Father Lin looked at Ning Shu with a pained expression. Don't worry, Father will welcome you back. If it weren't for the slaps earlier, Ning Shu would have believed this man. Right now, what he was doing was sweeping her out the door and breaking all ties. Ning Shu felt that she had complicated things. She was clearly here to counterattack for the original host, yet she had ended up being chased out of the family. Was she a little too weak? Ning Shu said without hesitation, Father, I believe you. Rather than believe you, it would be better to believe that a female pig could climb a tree. Father Lin loosened a breath in relief when he saw that Ning Shu didn't cause a big fuss. He felt that she was still a rather clever and lovable daughter. She was just a bit dumb. Who in Ace Academy didn't have a high status? Any random student was a person with great influence and hidden power. Yet she actually went and disturbed Lang Ah. Did she know who Lang Ah was? It wasn't wrong to have ambition, but if you tried to reach for things that were set too high, you'll fall to your death. Father Lin had ambition as well, but he still went step by step. However, due to this daughter, his company now struggled to make progress. If things kept going on like this, he would really end up bankrupt. Ning Shu went to Lin Jiajia's room to pack. She packed all the clothes in the original host's closet, regardless of what season it was for, not leaving a single garment behind. Ning Shu didn't believe a single word that old fox said. As for what he promised about welcoming her back to the family, Ning Shu just treated it as fart. Ning Shu, who had stayed in the hospital for so many years, understood things like this too well. She had seen too many people act for the sake of their own benefit. Key moments in human lifetimes, their birth, their process of getting old, when they got sick, and when they died, occurred in the hospital. Although Ning Shu had never stepped into society, she had seen all the attitudes of the world in the hospital. For the sake of benefit, the Lin family had abandoned their daughter. Ning Shu felt bad for the original host. Gauze was wrapped around her head in such an obvious manner. Yet Father Lin, despite all he said about how Father loves you, didn't even notice this big wound. He even added injury to injury and kicked her out without asking a thing. Ning Shu swept all the cosmetics and jewelry boxes on the dressing table into the suitcase, then packed all the name brand bags as well. She could exchange them for a bit of cash if times ever got difficult. Ning Shu finished packing, ending up with 2 large suitcases. Pulling the suitcases, she opened the door and encountered a woman leading a boy that looked about 7 years old. Ning Shu checked her memories. They were the original host's mother and younger brother. This little brother was younger than the original host by almost 10 years and was the precious jewel of the entire family. Even the original host, Lin Jiajia, had always given this younger brother everything he wanted and loved him dearly. This was due to the fact that her parents would often tell her that siblings must love each other, and that even after she got married, she would still have to rely on her family's influence. Though it stemmed partially from selfish motives and also from the fact that they were related by blood, Lin Jiajia truly did treat this younger brother sincerely well. However, Ning Shu was just a stranger. As a spectator, she saw that this family only treated this little kid well. Towards their daughter, they viewed her as a commodity that costed money and only treated her as a tool. When she was being kicked out, the original host's mother had stayed inside her room. She not only did not come out and stop the father from kicking their daughter out, even now she didn't bother to urge Ning Shu to stay. Mother Lin took out a thick envelope and said, "This is the money Mother prepared for you. In the future, you'll have to live on your own and fend for yourself. This money will probably be enough for you to use for a while." Ning Shu silently took the envelope and watched as the mother and son pair went into their room. She felt very unsatisfied. They didn't even bother to fake some tears as a gesture. It couldn't be that the original host wasn't he of the Lin family, and wasn't he this couple as biological daughter, right? Ding! Hidden storyline has been triggered. The riddle of the original host's identity? Storyline: the little tadpole seeking her mother. Do you accept? The cold mechanical voice abruptly appeared in Ning Shu's head, and the task was actually to help find the original host's biological parents. The original task was already difficult enough. What the hell was popping up now? Do you accept the task of discovering true identity? No, Ning Shu rejected it without even considering it. Things were already very messy, and now the system wanted her to find the original host's biological parents? She only had 5 years to complete her task. The longer she stayed in this world, the more of the life points would be used up. If all the points ended up being used up, she'd really vanish like smoke in the air. The sea of people in this world was boundless. How could it possibly be easy to find a person? Are you certain that you wish to accept the task of discovering true identity?
Yes.
Yes. Task storyline. The little tadpole seeking its mother start. What? Shrieked Ning Shu. When did she agree to start the task? She didn't even accept the task. The system was too dirty to force people like this. How could it force people to buy things like this? As a pitiful child that only had 20 points of luck, even the system became mean and was bullying her. With a dejected expression, Ning Shu shoved the envelope into the suitcase and went downstairs carrying the 2 large suitcases. Downstairs, Father Lin saw Ning Shu's dejected, blank and helpless expression and made an expression full of affection as he said, "This is just a temporary measure. Father will definitely welcome you back soon. Ning Shu didn't feel anything seeing his phony act. The original host wasn't his daughter,
but he had raised the original host and allowed her to live a well-off life.
but he had raised the original host and allowed her to live a well-off life. Although it was with the motive of using her, Ning Shu couldn't really feel hatred towards him, this body as well. When it realized that it wasn't the biological daughter, it had actually relaxed. The people who get used have their own value. Inevitably, something had to be sacrificed in order to live a wealthy life, spend money like water, and enjoy the things that others wouldn't ever have the chance to their entire lives. Though this body harbored some complaints, it didn't feel hatred. Ning Shu sighed in relief. Luckily, no strange task like getting revenge on Father Lin and Mother Lin showed up. She didn't feel like faking affection with Father Lin, so she lifted the suitcases and walked out the door. She called a rental car, then found a hotel to spend the night in. The next day, Ning Shu rented an apartment near the school. The apartment was very small, but it was enough for her to live in. She moved her things into the apartment, then carefully cleaned all the nooks and corners. Ning Shu was only satisfied when the house was practically sparkling. She stood with her hands on her waist, sweaty all over. Sweating like this felt really good. Last lifetime, her illness had ruined her body so much that she couldn't even walk and could only lie in the bed every day. She couldn't even compare to a disabled person. Ning Shu bounced around a little. What a healthy body! Having found a place to stay, she headed to school the next day. All the task objectives were at Ace Academy. If she didn't go to school, how would she complete the tasks? However, the moment Ning Shu walked into the school, she discovered that everyone was looking at her weirdly and kept pointing at her. When she approached them, the students would scramble away as if she carried the plague. Some people were actually exaggeratedly covering their noses. Ning Shu lifted her hand and sniffed. There didn't seem to be any smell on her. When Ning Shu walked into the classroom, the entire class immediately burst out laughing at her, causing Ning Shu to be completely baffled. And Rong walked to Ning Shu and towered over her. Her expression full of disdain, she said, "Lin Jiajia, you actually still dare to come to class? Your skin must be made of iron." As Rong spoke, she reached out to tug Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu dodged and said coldly, "Keep your hands to yourself. This girl didn't have any education at all." Fortunately, etiquette was a required course for all Ace Academy students. And wrong didn't he expect that this wretch, who she had always been able to hit as she pleased, would actually dare to dodge. Her face twitched and she swung the newspaper in her hand towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu dodged, then picked up the newspaper from the floor to read it. Printed as earth-shattering news on the newspaper was the information Father Lin had announced. He had severed all relationships with his daughter. Lin Jiajia was no longer the Lin family daughter and had nothing to do with the Lin family. In brief, it was as final as humanly possible. You're now just an orphan, yet you still have the face to come to school? Ace Academy isn't a welfare agency, sneered and Wrong. The class burst out laughing again. As Ning Shu listened to the ear-piercing laughter, she felt as if her worldview was about to shatter. She had read that junior high schoolers were confused about emotions, but the emotions in high school were the most pure. In high school, no thoughts of benefits were mixed into relationships, and it was completely different from the careful relationships in college in which people had to take into consideration which connections were useful. However, right now she was seeing a group of high school students using venomous words and malicious actions towards a weaker person. Ning Shu had forgotten that Ace Academy was a mini-society and was even crueler than society. All the students here were people that stood at the very top of the pyramid, people that the ordinary masses could never hope to reach. Ning Shu's greatest mistake was that she was weak. As an abandoned chess piece that had even been discarded by family, she truly didn't have the qualifications to stay among them. Ning Shu folded up the newspaper and placed it in her bag. Then, ignoring all the disdaining gazes, she sat down at her seat. When Rong saw that Ning Shu didn't react, she felt like she had punched cotton and felt very dissatisfied. She glared at Ning Shu, sending the message, "You just wait." Speaking of which, it really was an ill-fated relationship. The original host seat was actually right behind Ling Zu's, However, Ning Shu looked at her desk. It was full of crisscrossing scars and beyond recognition. The result of someone using a knife to slash at it. The desk was even missing a leg. These little devils. Ning Shu held onto the desk with one hand to prevent it from falling. Her eyes were mosquito coils as she watched the blue-eyed, blonde teacher give the lesson. From start to finish, the entire course was in English. Ning Shu couldn't understand a word of it. As someone that had been in the hospital since middle school, she expressed that she only knew a few simple words. Ning Shu looked around and found that she was the only one that looked lost. She then shifted her line of sight to the main lead Sama's back. It was just her back, yet it still seemed so peerlessly magnificent. Ling Zu's keen senses told her that someone was watching her. She turned around and met Ning Shu's gaze. Ning Shu was alarmed, but since she had already been caught, she decided to just keep staring confidently. Ling Zu was irked by the way Ning Shu dared to look straight at her. She felt as if she was being provoked by an ant. In the cultivation world, cultivators could start fighting due to a single glance. Ling Zu currently felt offended by Ning Shu. Her gaze chilled as she recalled how this woman, Lin Jiajia, had gone around talking about her in bad, mouthing her. She'd even tried to make Ling O stay away from her. Ling Zu smiled coldly. It had always been the case that she would throw things away, never the other way around. Ever since coming to this world, Ling Zu has become even more arrogant. Even when she was simply sitting in the classroom, she emitted an unyielding aura. Perhaps other people took this to be strong self-confidence. That was why Ling Zu had been able to push all the ladies with impressive family backgrounds out of the way to become the unshakable goddess of the school. Ning Shu was angered by Ling Zu's gaze that seemed as if she was looking at an ant. However, she simply lowered her head and avoided that murderous gaze. Right now, she couldn't afford to get into a direct confrontation with Ling Zu. Ning Shu thought about the task. She had to make the aloof Ling Zu fall down into the dirt. Didn't that mean she had to start with changing the students' impression of Ling Zu? That she had to make the goddess, who everyone pursued, become sperm like her and become someone everyone hated? That was easier said than done, though. Ning Shu had no idea where to start. As of now, the female lead has probably encountered the male lead and was going through the mutual love and murder stage. A while later, the people of talent appreciate one another, development will occur. At that time, Ling Zu's influence would have increased even more and the task would become even more difficult. Ning Shu massaged her head. This task was pretty much like striking a stone with an egg. It seemed impossible no matter how she looked at it. If she was capable of cultivating as well, then she could just beat the crap out of her. It'd be direct and efficient. This would directly destroy the thing that Ling Zu was relying on. What Ling Zu was relying on was the fact that no one else in this world could cultivate. Cultivation? That's right, she could ask the system if she could get a cultivation item. There weren't a lot of spiritual energy in this world, so it was likely that Ling Zu wasn't very strong. If she could cultivate, maybe she'd have a chance. System, can I get a cultivation manual? Ning Shu called out to the system in her heart. After a while, the sound of a flowing electric current appeared and caused her head to feel numb. It can be exchanged with points, but Host currently does not have any points, so Host cannot trade for a manual. A bucket of cold water was poured on Ning Shu's head. As expected, there was nothing in this world that was free. However, she refused to give up and said, I only ended up in this world due to your mistake. The difficulty of the task is so high, shouldn't you give a compensation? The system replied monotonously. The reason why Host ended up in this world was due to a problem with the system program, not due to me. Ning Shu vomited blood. The system was just a system, yet she had actually tried to haggle with it. Her brain must have shorted out. The only visible path had just been crossed off. Ning Shu couldn't help but feel a little depressed. On the other hand, Ling Zu, who was sitting in front of Ning Shu, became flustered the instant the system appeared. She felt as if something powerful had set its sight on her. Ling Zu panicked. How could this world have such a dangerous existence? It wasn't possible. Ling Zu shuddered uncontrollably, cold sweat running down her back. cultivators had very keen senses. Moreover, Ling Zhu had especially good luck in this world, and all misfortunes had always seemed to become blessings. Everything had been smooth sailing for her ever since she came to this world. She hadn't encountered a single existence that caused her hair to stand up on end until now. What exactly was it? What the hell was it? Ling Zhu gritted her teeth and looked around, but didn't see anything abnormal. It seemed to just be her misperception. However, this feeling was undeniably real. Ling Zhu felt like she was about to be driven crazy. The instant the system left, Ning Shu and Ling Zhu plopped down over their desks, feeling weak. For Ning Shu, it was because she had received a psychological blow. Meanwhile, Ling Zhu had simply been too nervous coming into contact with such a threat. Now that it was gone, her whole body relaxed, but her face was still pale. A shadow now existed in Ling Zhu's heart. Her limbs were completely out of strength. To put it frankly, she'd been scared stiff. Of course, Ning Shu had no idea that her little conversation with the system had scared Ling Zhu so much. She was currently worrying about her tasks again. The bell signaling the end of class rang. The moment the blue-eyed blonde teacher left the classroom, and Rong ran over and kicked Ning Shu's desk, and the desk just happened to hit Ling Zhu, who was sitting in front. It smashed right onto Ling Zhu's back. Ning Shu's eyes widened. This had nothing to do with her. As for Rong, her face immediately paled. Ling Zhu abruptly stood up and slapped her own desk. The desk instantly became trash. Ling Zhu said coldly, "Do you want to die?" The intensely oppressive aura she emitted caused Rong to fall to the ground. Ning Shu had cleverly dropped to the ground immediately after the incident, so the oppressive aura didn't cause her any harm. Under the force of Ling Zhu's murderous oppressive aura, Rong's body trembled uncontrollably. Her nose started bleeding and her teeth chattered. Then her eyes rolled back and she fainted. This occurrence immediately caused an uproar in the classroom. Only then did Ling Zhu return to her senses and hastily retrieve her oppressive aura. She was very vexed. The incomparable feeling of danger earlier had caused her to become very agitated. Then, in a moment of inattentiveness, something had hit her back and her anger immediately exploded. Cultivators tend to pay particular attention to following their hearts, and repressing her anger wasn't her style. Nothing in this world had been significant enough to anger her. That was why she had always kept an aloof attitude as she looked down on these ordinary people. However, the sensation earlier caused an uncontrollable emotion to emerge in her heart. When Ling Zhu saw the alarmed expressions of the people in the classroom as they looked at her, she became even more vexed. She pressed her lips together and put on an expression of aloof indifference. She didn't intend to explain at all, nor did she bother to show concern for the unconscious and wrong. She swept a glance towards Ning Shu, who was laying on the floor without a trace of dignity. Then murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Ning Shu was bewildered. It wasn't like she had kicked the table. Why was Ling Zhu looking at her with such a menacing gaze? The female lead sure was willful, always deciding on things however she liked. Ning Shu felt schadenfreude when she saw Rong like this. It was the original host's feelings, but it was Ning Shu's feelings as well. She had been beaten up by Rong right after she transmigrated to this world. She could endure the pain, but having her hair grabbed and her head rammed against the wall was painful and humiliating. Ling immediately had someone send over a brand new desk when he found out that Ling Zhu's desk broke. Ning Shu silently set her three-legged desk upright as she watched Ling question Ling Zhu in concern. He looked worried but still acted like a tsundere. His self-important manner caused Ning Shu's lips to twitch. As of now, Ling Zhu had calmed down and returned to her usual cool and elegant manner. She smiled slightly as she said to Lang "It's fine now." A smile immediately appeared on Lang Ao's face. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ning Shu sitting there, holding up her desk with one hand, looking indescribably wretched. He spoke with a tone of disgust. "Was it you that injured Ling Zhu?" Ning Shu blinked without saying anything. Why was she being dragged into this? "Hey, I'm talking to you." Lang Eo lifted his leg and overturned Ning Shu's desk with one kick. Of course, the desk didn't ram into Ling Zhu this time. Ning Shu watched as her desk fell to the ground with a creak. The desk was innocent? Why were they all venting their anger out on the poor desk? Ning Shu felt that these people were all very mentally ill. Every single one of them lived inside their own world and saw things however they wanted to. Everyone in the class had seen what happened earlier, yet not a single person stepped out to speak for Ning Shu when Ling O put the blame on her. Ning Shu's heart chilled as a sensation of loneliness washed over her. How exactly had the original host been able to endure being ignored and trampled on like this by others? Ning Shu recalled the original host's ending in the story. When the female lead got seriously annoyed with Lin Jiajia, this little clown, the male lead had sent his subordinate to deal with this ignorant woman. The male lead's subordinate was also a pervert. As if playing a game, he tied the original host up into a zongzi shape and then moved far away to throw an axe and see where it would hit. In the end, the axe cut into the original host's shoulder, barely an inch from her neck. The axe ended up firmly embedded in the original host's collarbone area and couldn't be pulled out. So the pervert kicked her into the sea for the fish to snack on. The way the original host died was truly appalling. Ning Shu looked at Ling O, and the way he looked down at everything with an aloof manner as if he was a god. She really wanted to just punch him in the face. Why exactly had the original host been so obsessed with this kind of person, to the point that she couldn't forget about him even after death? Ning Shu really didn't get what part of this person was charming. He was just a sack of skin. This indicated that she had stayed in the hospital too long. Ning Shu, whose sense of aesthetic had diverged from that of ordinary people, expressed that she didn't understand. Ling Zhu reached out and tugged at Ling Ao's arm as she said, "It has nothing to do with this classmate." Ling Ao looked at the beautiful, slender fingers on his arm. Each finger was like a polished, first-rate piece of sheep-fat white jade, enchantingly beautiful and carrying a slight glow. Ling Ao's heart melted the moment the beautiful woman placed her hand on his arm. Ling Ao was so happy he wanted to leap for joy. Yet on the surface, he simply lifted his chin arrogantly and said to Ning Shu, "Since Ling Zhu has spoken up for you, I'll let you off this time. Remember, you better stay away from Ling Zhu from now on. Don't appear in front of her again or I'll make you regret it." All sorts of grass mud horses ran through Ning Shu's heart. From the start, this had nothing to do with her, so Ling Ao's current magnanimous attitude seriously felt disgusting. She really did attract bullets, even when lying down in a trench. These people were all mentally ill, weren't they? Mentally ill, weren't they? If you're ill, you should go to the hospital. Don't give up on treatment. However, what surprised Ning Shu was the fact that Ling Zhu had actually spoken up for her. This didn't make Ning Shu relax at all. She hadn't forgotten the murderous intent in Ling Zhu's glare earlier. "That's right, isn't your birthday almost here?" Ling Zhu looked at Ning Shu as she said, "We're all classmates, so you should invite Lin Jiajia as well." Ling A originally wanted to say that as if this kind of person was fit to come to his birthday party. But since Ling Zhu had spoken, he naturally had to give her face. "You'll be coming to my birthday party, right?" said Ling A. Then he continued, "In the future, you should stop making so many malicious schemes. Not every single person is as kind-hearted as Ling Zhu and willing to generously forgive you for your wrongs." Ning Shu. Everyone in the world could be described as kind-hearted, but Ling Zhu really couldn't count as kind-hearted. Could a person who paid no regard to the law and had no moral bottom line really be called kind-hearted? After a full detour, the storyline still returned to its original development. In this story, it had been Ling Oa who invited the original host. The original host, Lin Jiajia, had been so happy to get Prince Ling's personal invitation that she practically went a little insane. However, after that, even more girls started bullying her. The original host had silently endured all of this. She stayed up late every night to hand knit a scarf for Ling Ao. It was an ordinary scarf, but she believed that the meaning in something she had personally made was different. In the end, of course, she was ridiculed. Ling A went so far as to wrap the scarf around his golden retriever in front of the original host and remark, "Even the dog find this kind of thing distasteful." The original host couldn't understand. He was clearly the one who invited her to this party. Why was he treating her this way? Ever since that incident, Lin Jiajia was laughed at wherever she went in the school. From the looks of it now, Ling Zhu had probably instigated the entire event. She was probably the reason the original host had been able to attend the party. Every time Ling Jiajia saw Ning Shu's dazed appearance, he would feel vexed. In the past, she always tailed him every day like a pervert, but though she wasn't tailing him anymore, now she always looked at him with disdain. Disdain. What right did this woman have to look down on him? She was nothing but an abandoned orphan. No need to bring a present, just come to the party, said Ling Jiajia disdainfully. It's not like you can afford anything expensive anyways. There was no way Ning Shu was going to buy a present. Right now, she needed to save every possible penny. Why would she buy a present for him? She was still considering whether to go to the party or not. So why did she have to save this damned prince? This task really made her feel nauseous. Who cared if a person like this died or not? The original host insisted on pulling him out from the influence of the female lead halo and changing him back to a normal person. Ning Shu expressed that she couldn't do it. After this farce, she, for some reason, became a laughingstock. Ning Shu's balls hurt. She hadn't done anything. She was just standing here, yet the female lead and male supporting lead insisted on coming around and mocking her. Ling Jiajia spoke to Ling Zhu in its tsundere manner. If anything happens, come look for me. From now on, you're my woman. Ling Jiajia's ears were a bit red when he said this. His eyes were filled with anticipation. This sentence was equivalent to a confession. I'll look for you if there's anything. Ling Zhu's attitude was ambiguous. It seemed like she had agreed, but also seemed like she hadn't. However, a smile immediately bloomed on Ling Jiajia's face when he heard this. At the same time, he insisted on acting like it didn't matter much to him, so his face was as distorted as humanly possible. As Ning Shu took in Ling Zhu's attitude, she felt that it was no wonder the original host insisted on saving this idiot prince. The person clearly hadn't agreed to anything, yet he was acting like he had just obtained the heart of the beauty. Although everyone looked down on Ning Shu and felt that she didn't have the right to be in Ace Academy, Ning Shu thickened the skin on her face and insisted on staying in Ace. Ning Shu was determined to take root in the school until the school sent down the documents telling her to scram. How was she supposed to save that idiot prince if she left the school? Not to mention, the female lead was currently an Ace student, so she would at least restrain herself a little within the school. Outside of the school gates, the female lead would return to the absolutely unbridled behavior of a cultivator. The nickname Queen of the Night wasn't just for show. Ning Shu felt a headache. She had no idea how to carry out her tasks. Her confidence was already completely destroyed from facing such a difficult first task. Ning Shu recalled Ling Zhu's murderous gaze, and after deliberating a while, signed up for a taekwondo course in hopes of strengthening this body. Although it wouldn't be much use, having greater agility would definitely help in fleeing for her life. It was seriously sad. She felt like a mouse that Ling Zhu had cornered, going through her deathbed struggle. Ning Shu guessed that Ling Zhu was probably toying with her and the original host like a mouse in her palm. Ling Zhu used the original host to improve her own reputation, so the original host ended up becoming like a trash can. Bucket after bucket of shit was thrown on her until her reputation became unbearably foul. The taekwondo course wasn't as easy as Ning Shu thought it would be. The cool movements she saw on TV were extremely difficult to practice. When she was doing the splits, the instructor even pressed a brick on her head. It was extremely painful. Luckily, the original host had a foundation in dance, so her body was still pretty flexible. Every day after school, Ning Shu would go to a taekwondo class and use all her free time to practice. Every day, she would drag her exhausted body to class. Ning Shu couldn't understand what the teachers talked about. Ace Academy was different from normal schools. Their courses were on things like economics, etiquette, and how to interact with others. The students produced by the school were the absolute elites of society. Of course, these students had illustrious family backgrounds from the start and were already suitable to become people standing at the top of the societal pyramid. Since Ning Shu couldn't understand the courses, she gave up on listening and spent most of her time mulling over taekwondo. Though these academic courses were beneficial, her life was currently in danger, so she gave up paying attention to these trifling matters. As for Ling Zhu, she had clearly realized that Lin Jiajia, who was sitting behind her, was now different. However, she couldn't quite tell what part of her was different. She turned around and narrowed her eyes as she said, "Let's go to Ling Ao's birthday party together." What? Ning Shu looked at Ling Zhu in shock. She seriously couldn't tell what the female lead was thinking to actually suggest going to the party together. This was something that hadn't occurred in the original storyline. After all, how could Ling Zhu, aloof as she was, possibly lower herself to walk beside an ant-like existence like Lin Jiajia? Ning Shu had a bad premonition. The female lead couldn't be targeting her now, right? Ling Zhu was indeed starting to target Ning Shu. Her keen senses told her that in the past, Lin Jiajia was filled with malicious intent towards her. However, since Lin Jiajia was weak and powerless, Ling Zhu had simply messed with her occasionally when she got bored. However, now this ant seemed to have become more low-key and her resentment wasn't as obvious anymore. This irked Ling Zhu and also caused her to suspect that the current Lin Jiajia might not be the original. Since she had been able to get the chance at a rebirth, it was possible for other cultivators to transmigrate to this world and take up residence as well. Ling Zhu had already experienced the sweet taste of being the unrivaled peak existence in the world. She absolutely refused to allow another cultivator to appear in this world and snatch her limelight. However, she didn't sense any spiritual energy in Lin Jiajia's body, and she didn't act like a cultivator either. Ling Zhu decided to try probing Lin Jiajia. Ning Shu watched as Ling Zhu's gaze flickered. From time to time, she would emit an intense, murderous aura, then an aloof aura. Ning Shu didn't know what Ling Zhu was thinking about that was causing so many aura changes. She shrank back a little and said, "I can't afford a present, so I don't want to go." Ning Shu was telling the truth. The presents that Ling A, this type of person who had countless eyes upon him, received during his birthdays were so expensive that most people couldn't afford one even if their entire lifetime's earnings was totaled up. A trace of contempt flashed through Ling Zhu's eyes as she said, "Didn't Ling Ua say that you didn't need to buy a present?" A quick thought flew through Ning Shu's brain. When a person was particularly attentive for no reason, if that person wasn't a traitor, then he was a thief. The aloof female lead Sima actually wanted to hang out with her. This was way too fishy. Under the attack of Ling Zhu's strong pressure, Ning Shu discovered that she had no leeway to make a choice at all. She was just about to agree, but abruptly switched to saying, "Why do I have to go with you? If I'm going by myself." TCH. Her tone was filled with disgust. Ning Shu was imitating the way the original host treated Ling Zhu. She had been about to agree earlier, but based on how much the original host detested Ling Zhu, there was no way she would go to the party together with her. This meant that Ling Zhu had been probing her. She was suspicious of her. Ning Shu felt a chill in her heart. How could cultivators be in such defiance of the natural order to be capable of sensing even a change in souls? The female lead's golden finger was seriously too big. Ning Shu expressed that she felt a lot of pressure. Ling Zhu saw Ning Shu's disgusted expression and searched her face with narrowed eyes. The stare stabbed Ning Shu like needles. Her face involuntarily contorted. Ning Shu glared at Ling Zhu and yelled, "What are you looking at?" Before Ling Zhu could say anything, her deskmate spoke first. "Lin Jiajia, Ling Zhu has allowed you to participate in Prince Lang's birthday party out of the goodness of her heart. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have been able to go at all. You can't even recognize others' good intentions?" Ning Shu looked at the girl that spoke up for Ling Zhu and said directly, "What the fart does it have to do with you? I'm talking to Ling Zhu. What are you poking your beak in for? What benefit has Ling Zhu given you to make you kneel like this and lick her toes? The person herself hasn't even said anything. What are you barking for?" It was seriously refreshing. In any case, these people didn't like her, so why not just shed all pretense of cordiality? Acting completely without fear was much more refreshing. When the student heard the vulgar things that came out of Ning Shu's mouth, she was so angry her face flushed. She shouted, "You wretch! "You're the wretch. You're the most wretched. You're a wretch." When had Ling Zhu's deskmate ever seen someone cursing like a fishwife like this? In their social class, even if a person hated someone to death, they would still act amiably on the surface before sticking a knife in the person's back. In Ning Shu's past lifetime, she had seen quite a lot of people cause trouble in the hospital. Making an unreasonable scene like this was the most effective way to overpower people. When a scholar encountered a soldier, even if his position was logical, he wouldn't be able to convey it clearly. As expected, that female student was infuriated and itched to rip off Ning Shu's jabbering mouth. Ling Zhu pulled her deskmate to a stop and swept a cool gaze at Ning Shu. "Enough already!" Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat upon sensing that murderous intent-filled gaze. She pouted in a reluctant manner and shot Ling Zhu's deskmate a glare. "What need is there to mind an ignoramus?" "It's lowering your own dignity," said Ling Zhu to her deskmate. That girl also shot an arrogant look at Ning Shu as if Ning Shu was some lowly thing. Ning Shu's lips twitched. That girl had clearly ended up as a shield for Ling Zhu so that Ling Zhu could continue acting cool and elegant. Ning Shu really didn't understand what that girl was so proud about. What an idiot. She would like to ask if the female lead would ever trade insults with someone without regard for her image. It appeared that she had also successfully confirmed the female lead's impression of her. However, that didn't matter. What mattered was that it was refreshing to curse at people up. Ning Shu's yelling attracted the entire class attention. Everyone looked at her as if she was a lunatic. From their perspective, Ning Shu was currently a rootless, unstable duckweed. She was just an orphan with no support, yet she still dared to be so unbridled. By all rights, she should be shrinking into a corner like a mouse and fleeing desperately at the sight of people. However, she was actually baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She seriously didn't know her place. Right now, Ning Shu didn't care what people thought of her. Even if she was weak, she couldn't show it. Acting weak would only make people bully her more. Those with bare feet didn't fear those with shoes. Ning Shu currently had no burdens to bear and could focus solely on completing the task. Ning Shu opened the faucet and was about to wash her hands when someone grabbed her head from behind and started dragging her towards the toilet. Fuck, this little bitch sure is cocky, to actually dare to injure and wrong like that. Right, we have to get revenge for and wrong. Ning Shu looked at these people and thought, here we go again, the reuse of an old skill. They were dragging her into the toilet again. Did she look that easy to bully? These people didn't show Ning Shu even a trace of politeness. A girl grabbed her hair and started slapping her. There was no need to mention how violent she was. Ning Shu grabbed that person's hand. The girl immediately revealed a shocked expression before saying angrily, "You actually dare to fight back? Sisters, let's beat this bitch to death." So many people were working to beat her, this one person, up. It sure was honorable behavior. Anger stirred in Ning Shu's heart. It seemed it was time to test out the effects of Taekwondo practice. Ning Shu lifted her leg and stomped on the foot of the person behind her that was grabbing her hair. The person behind her immediately cried out from the pain. Releasing Ning Shu's hair, she crouched down, covering her foot. "You bitch! Bitch!" The people present became furious. From their point of view, this sort of lowly person should stay still and obediently let them beat her up. However, this bitch actually dared to resist. Without speaking, Ning Shu stepped up to the person that was cursing the most and slapped her twice with all her strength. That girl's face started swelling rapidly. The girl was so shocked that she froze. The rest of the group also looked towards Ning Shu with disbelief on their faces. Ning Shu took advantage of their shock to quickly kick and hit them. The bathroom instantly became filled with cries of alarm and angry cursing. "Beat this bitch to death! Ow!" Those girls soon returned to their senses and rushed towards Ning Shu like a swarm of bees, punching and yanking. It was hard for two hands to defeat four. Ning Shu's face became all scratched up, but these people didn't fare well either. When Ning Shu wasn't pulling at their hair, she was pulling down their skirt. The girls who got their skirts pulled down immediately cried out in alarm and stopped hitting Ning Shu to pull their skirts back up. Ning Shu punched and pulled at these people. Her fingers were full of yanked off hair, but a lot of her hair also got yanked off. It was damned painful. Ning Shu leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The situation became a temporary standoff. These girls had probably been intimidated by Ning Shu's fierce brutality because they stood opposite her without making a move. Some of them were rubbing their chest. Several of them had lost hair to Ning Shu's claws and had palm prints all over their faces. Ning Shu glowered at them. Those that met with her gaze reflexively shifted their eyes away. Ning Shu spat. Her face was burning from those deep scratches. She swept one last look over them, then limped out of the restroom. The people in the bathroom could only watch her leave because they were too scared to follow. Ning Shu gritted her teeth. Her face really hurt, and her head also hurt so much that it felt numb. She touched her head and discovered that it was bleeding. Fights between women were always unreasonable scenes with lots of hair grabbing. She really envied Ling Zhu for being able to look so graceful whenever she made a move and for her ability to dispose of the opponent without even needing to get close. Earlier, she had been able to knock and wrong unconscious with just spiritual pressure. Ning Shu felt that it was lucky she had good foresight and went to learn Taekwondo, otherwise she would be completely beat up right now. Although she had still gotten injured, she had also been able to injure all the people that usually bullied the original host and make all of their faces swollen as pig heads. Ning Shu hobbled to the nurse office. Her face needed to be treated or it had become disfigured. If the original host returned back to her body only to discover that her face was full of scars, she'd probably fall apart. The nurse office was crowded as always. Moreover, all the patients were girls. They were suffering from the same illness, love-struckness. When they saw Ning Shu's wretched appearance, expressions of respect appeared on their faces. She'd actually been able to sacrifice so much just for the sake of letting the handsome school doctor treat her. What a strong mentality, yeah. When it was Ning Shu's turn, she sat down on the chair and said, "Help treat my face." The doctor lifted his brows as he looked at Ning Shu. He picked up a cotton swab and dipped it in rubbing alcohol as he asked, "What happened this time? Your head's still swollen, yet you've already gotten injured again? I know that I'm quite popular, but there is still no need to abuse yourself like this. Your face is all scratched up." The doctor jabbed the cotton swab at Ning Shu's face. "How ruthless must you be to injure your own face this severely? When the rubbing alcohol made contact with the open wound, Ning Shu's face contorted with pain. Yet next to her, the narcissistic doctor was still yapping nonstop. "Shut up, you're so annoying." "This was from people beating me up, it's not self-inflicted," shouted Ning Shu. It was seriously enough already. The doctor pushed up his glasses a little, a ray of light refracting off his eyes. He didn't speak. He simply added more force to his movements. Ning Shu immediately changed her tune and said, "I was wrong. Go more gently." Ning Shu sighed, worn out by her experiences, as she looked at the face full of band-aids that was reflected in the mirror. There was probably a bandage on every single scratch. Ning Shu felt like she was about to be messed up by this doctor. Was there bad blood between the original host and the school doctor? Ning Shu couldn't very well go back to class with a face full of band-aids, so she decided to head back to her apartment. However, right after she stepped out of the school gates, she saw someone that looked like Ling Zhu squeeze sneakily into an alley. Ning Shu wanted to follow, but she recalled that Ling Zhu was a cultivator. Her senses were very keen, and so she would definitely be able to notice if someone was spying on her. However, Ning Shu's curiosity kept scratching at her heart. In the end, she decided to follow after all. She didn't dare to make a single sound. After a moment of thought, she took out 2 handkerchiefs and wrapped them around her feet. This way, there would be less sound when the shoes made contact with the ground. There was no need to ask how Ning Shu knew about this. She had learned it all from watching crappy detective movies. Ning Shu snuck over and poked her head out to look into the alley. She saw that Ling Zhu was currently talking with a man. No matter how Ning Shu strained her ears, she still couldn't hear what they were saying clearly. Suddenly, she saw Ling Zhu extend her hand and place it on that person's head. the man immediately exposed an elated expression. Ling Zhu's back was facing Ning Shu, so she couldn't see her expression. All she could see was that Ling Zhu's hair and garments started rising as if there was wind sweeping over her. However, Ning Shu couldn't feel any wind. This scene was abnormally strange. This scene was seriously strange. Ning Shu covered her mouth in order to prevent herself from making any sounds. For some reason, she had a feeling that she had discovered some huge secret. Not only was this not within the original host's memories, it wasn't even mentioned in this world's storyline. When Ning Shu saw that the wind around Ling Zhu was dying down, she turned without hesitation and ran. From the looks of it, whatever Ling Zhu was doing, she was almost about finished. Ning Shu squeezed into a bookstore and pretended to look at the books. When she looked up, she saw Ling Zhu passing by. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination or not, but the imposing aura Ling Zhu gave off seemed to have become even stronger and colder. Ling Zhu, who was outside, suddenly sensed a probing gaze. She stopped walking and looked around. Ning Shu, who was inside the bookstore, immediately shifted her gaze towards the book in her hand and didn't dare to glance at Ling Zhu again. Cultivators were seriously way too unbelievable to be able to sense even just a glance. Ling Zhu knitted her beautiful brows. The sensation of being watched had disappeared. After a slight pause, she left. Ning Shu only dared to exhale after a while had passed. Her back was covered with cold sweat. It was too scary, expressed Ning Shu. How was an ordinary person supposed to deal with the op female lead? Ning Shu rushed back to her apartment and showered before heading to the taekwondo place to frantically practice. However, she still couldn't suppress the unease in her heart. No matter how much she trained, she was still just an ant to the female lead. Ning Shu was seriously stumped by this task. She had no influence, no power, no aid at all. She started re-examining the storyline to see if there was anyone who held a grudge against the male lead or the female lead. She discovered that the boss antagonist of this world was a complete mystery. There was no boss at all. The entire story was about the female lead and male lead acting all domineering and being completely invincible. If it weren't for the limiting factors of this world, the male and female lead probably would have rushed into the cosmos. Meanwhile, Ning Shu had no influence that she could call on. Even if she had influence, it would have been useless in the face of the male and female lead's sparkly, golden main character halos. System, I hate you. In her heart, Ning Shu tilted her head back and screamed this towards the skies. Every day, Ning Shu trained until it was almost midnight before going home. Today, however, she felt that something was off when she got home. The moment she opened the door, she heard rustling sounds coming from inside. There was even the scent of blood. There was someone here. Ning Shu quietly pulled out a steel pipe from behind the door. How could a woman be at ease living on her own without preparing a few safety guarantees? Ning Shu's hair was standing on end as she listened to the sounds coming from inside. She gripped the pipe tightly. Borrowing the weak illumination of the streetlight outside the room, she saw that there was something wiggling on the sofa. Without even thinking, she lifted the pipe and smashed it towards the sofa. A sound like a pig was being killed immediately came from the sofa. It sounded like a man, so Ning Shu started hitting the person with the steel pipe even more relentlessly. Hey, I said that's enough. Keep hitting me and I'll shoot. The person spoke, repressing his anger. Go open the lights. When Ning Shu heard that he had a gun, she was so scared that she almost threw her pipe away. However, she recalled that the pipe was her only weapon. If she threw it away, she'd really end up a defenseless lamb that could only wait to be slaughtered. Open the lights. The voice sounded slightly pained. Fuck. I told you to open the lights. Ning Shu heard the sound of the gun safety being pulled off and was so scared she immediately ran to the door to open the lights.
She stood at the door, not daring to enter the room. At the same time, she repressed her impulse to run. No matter how fast she ran, she couldn't run faster than a bullet.
She stood at the door, not daring to enter the room. At the same time, she repressed her impulse to run. No matter how fast she couldn't run faster than a bullet. She looked nervously towards the person on the sofa, then cried out in surprise, "Doctor?" This was the school doctor, right? He was wearing a black windbreaker and holding a pistol. Upon hearing Ning Shu's voice, he turned around and reached up to adjust his glasses, only to discover that he wasn't wearing glasses right now. He squinted at Ning Shu, then the corners of his mouth hooking up said, "Come here, help me bandage my wounds. I don't know how." Ning Shu looked at the school doctor, whose temperament was completely different from how it was during the day. If it weren't for the fact that you looked identical to the school doctor, there was no way anyone would think that they were the same person. It couldn't be a twin, right? You're the school doctor, right? Ning Shu pointed her steel rod at the school doctor. The school doctor was speechless for a moment. Then he pointed his gun at her and said, "Come over here." Ning Shu, who had yet to see much of the world, was terribly frightened to have a pitch-black gun muzzle pointed at her. She hastily said, "Let's talk things out." Talk things out? Her legs trembled as she walked towards the school doctor. The school doctor's face was deathly pale, probably due to the abrupt beating Ning Shu had inflicted. As of now, even his lips were colorless. However, his expression was cool and indifferent as he took off his clothes. "Treat my injury." The school doctor pointed towards his back. There was a concealed weapon, yes. Let's tentatively call it a concealed weapon, embedded in his back near his shoulder blade. It was practically completely inside his body. There was no way for the school doctor to deal with this injury himself. When he saw that Ning Shu was staring blankly, he shouted, "Fuck, hurry up. All the blood in Med's about to run out." Was this coarse person really that refined school doctor? Ning Shu quivered and hastily went to grab the first aid kit. She looked at the barely visible weapon and asked a bit awkwardly, "How am I supposed to get it out?" "Get it out with tweezers. Hurry up." The school doctor's voice was filled with suppressed pain. He was covered with cold sweat. "I'm taking it out now," said Ning Shu. Holding the tweezers, she moved them towards the wound. "No." "Your damn sister. Hurry up," roared the school doctor. Ning Shu was startled by him and accidentally jabbed his wound with the tweezers. The school doctor was in so much pain that his entire body shuddered and he curled up into a ball on the sofa. Ning Shu saw that the wound was gushing blood like a fountain and hastily grabbed some gauze to wipe the blood. She was starting to freak out at the sight of so much blood. The school doctor's facial color was starting to turn gray as well. Gathering up her courage, she stepped on him with a leg in order to prevent him from moving around, then quickly pinched the weapon with the tweezers. She abruptly pulled back. Hey, it didn't come out. One more time! When the weapon was pulled out, blood spurted out all over Ning Shu's face. The school doctor, who was lying on the sofa, had passed out. Ning Shu pressed gauze on the injury. She was completely flustered when she saw the blood slowly dye all of the gauze red. She glanced at the deep injury, then looked through the first aid kit for a hemostatic. When she found it, she crushed it and sprinkled it over the wound. It was clearly meant for oral consumption, yet she directly spilled it onto the wound because she thought it would take too long for it to work if he took it orally. He was bleeding so much. How much blood must be required to sustain this flow? By the time Ning Shu finished binding up the school doctor's wound, she was covered with sweat. She reached out and waved her hand below the school doctor's nose. Good. He was still breathing. She fell to the ground. Seeing that the ground was covered with stained gauze, she cleaned it up. Then she saw the gun on the side table that was glowing with a dark light. Her heart chilled. She glanced at the unconscious school doctor, then sneakily took the gun and hid it. Seriously? Why didn't he go to the hospital instead of coming to her house if he was injured? Also, how did he get in? Who was this school doctor? He wasn't an ordinary person at all. Why did he decide to become Ace's school doctor? When the handsome school doctor woke up, his gaze was vacant and confused. He didn't remember where he was. When things came back to him, he immediately sat up on the sofa. His movements tugged at his injury, and he gasped in pain. "You're awake!" A faint voice transmitted over. The school doctor turned around and discovered that there was a woman standing behind him. She was currently holding a bowl and shoving noodles into her mouth. "Who are you?" The school doctor reflexively reached for the gun at his waist. He felt all around and couldn't find it. He even ended up tugging at his wound again and was in so much pain he felt like he was about to die. Ning Shu swallowed the noodles in her mouth and blinked as she looked at him. The corners of her mouth twitched. Was he here to perform a comedy? You took something of mine, didn't you? The school doctor looked at Ning Shu with a dark expression. Then his stomach started rumbling. Oh, I remember you now. You're the girl who helped me get the weapon out yesterday. The school doctor started laughing candidly. Make me a bowl of noodles too. Ning Shu made a sound of agreement, then curled her lips disdainfully as she went to cook noodles for him. His vitality sure was strong. To be able to wake up the next day after losing that much blood. Ning Shu placed the noodles in front of him, then spoke with a negotiable tone. Uncle, do I look that old? In the school, all the girls call me Big Brother. The school doctor lifted a bit of the noodles and sampled it. The way I dress you isn't important. You're severely injured. You should go to the hospital. Ning Shu didn't dare to let such a dangerous person stay in her house. The school doctor smacked his lips and said, The taste isn't that good. Hey, what did you say? I didn't really hear, Ning Shu, so shameless. Just focus on eating. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. That's right, you took my thing, didn't you? Asked the school doctor. Give it back to me. A little girl like you shouldn't be playing with a dangerous thing like that. Upon seeing the school doctor's refined and elegant manner, Ning Shu felt the urge to spit at him. She hastily replied, What thing? I didn't take anything of yours. Oh, you must be talking about the concealed weapon. I've put it away. I'll get it for you right now. Ning Shu took a box out from below the side table and handed the concealed weapon to the school doctor. This weapon was completely black, ring-shaped, and had sharp corners all along its outer edge. It emitted a faint light. The school doctor glanced at Ning Shu, then took the concealed weapon and examined it. After putting it away, he extended his hand and looked at Ning Shu again. Ning Shu looked at his hand. His palm was faintly yellow with thick calluses. These calluses only formed from doing certain things over a long period of time. These pairs of hands didn't fit with his attractive appearance at all. Ning Shu extended her hand and shook his. Hello, hello. The school doctor flung her hand off and said, What I want is the gun. Where did you put my gun, HM? Ning Shu looked at him with alarm and asked, You're going to kill the silence if I give it to you, aren't you? Big bro, take into consideration that I did save your life. Use children of the Jiajia repays kindness and takes revenge straightforwardly. There exists no hatred or grudges between us, so let's just forget this encounter and leave it behind in the Jiajia. What the hell are you yapping about? I can dispose of you even without the gun. Using the gun on you is practically a waste of bullets. Hurry up and give me the thing, said the doctor, annoyed. He knitted his brows, giving off a very alienating aura. His attitude flipped as fast as the pages of a book. Ning Shu looked at his frosty expression and went to get the pistol. As she handed it to the school doctor, she made sure to argue, I just thought it was too dangerous to leave the gun on you. What if it accidentally went off? That's the only reason why I put it away. The school doctor took the gun and inserted it in his boot, ignoring Ning Shu's words. He stood up and said, Thank you for yesterday. I'm leaving now. Ning Shu watched as he walked towards the door. He didn't look injured at all. If it weren't for the fact that she had personally retrieved the weapon from his body yesterday, she wouldn't have believed that he was injured. She opened the door and said to the school doctor with a smile, Uncle, take care. Please don't ever come back. The school doctor towered over Ning Shu as he said, Slightly interesting. You are quite interesting. Ning Shu was stunned to hear such a cool script line and stared at the school doctor in surprise. This guy couldn't be the male lead Sama, right? She examined the school doctor and compared him to the storyline's description of the male lead. The male lead was a ruthless and despotic person like the female lead. The two only took a liking to each other because they were so similar. That's why they felt each other worthy to be their match. Ning Shu asked, "Uncle, who are you? What's your name?" The school doctor had seen the confusion flickered across her face. "Why do you need to know my name? Haven't you been calling me uncle this entire time? Then you can just keep calling me uncle." Ning Shu had called him uncle purely as a malicious joke. He didn't look old at all. Ning Shu was only calling him uncle, relying on the fact that her body was young. Why did she want to know his name? Because she wanted to know whether he was the awesome male lead or not. Ning Shu watched as the school doctor left in a cool manner, wearing his large black windbreaker, and felt slightly unwell. She thought about the storyline again. The storyline didn't seem to have said that the male lead was a school doctor. The male lead only suited the bloody fighting and killing scene. He didn't suit an occupation like a school doctor. If that was the case, who was that guy? There didn't seem to have been any character like this in the story. Ning Shu sighed. She felt that the world had changed a lot. What exactly was with this irrelevant character? She had a feeling that this school doctor wasn't a simple person. How could a person that ran around with a gun possibly be a simple person? After cleaning up, Ning Shu headed to school. When she passed by the school's announcement board, she found that there was a post about her punishment. Due to the fact that she got involved in a fight, a lot of her course credits were deducted. She would probably be expelled if any more credits were deducted. The post said that she was the only one who had course credits deducted. Nothing happened to the others. She was the only one punished. This was seriously a cruel world. She was an orphan without any power or influence, so she inevitably had to face bullying. Ning Shu hated this school, but due to the task, she had no choice but to stay here. This was a place where the strong dwelled. A little fish like her could only be swallowed up.
People without family backgrounds shouldn't dream of staying in this school.
People without family backgrounds shouldn't dream of staying in the school. It wasn't that she was taking the initiative to cause trouble either, yet so many people were teaming up to bully her.
It was seriously unbelievable.
It was seriously unbelievable. She walked into the classroom. All the girls who fought with Ning Shu yesterday revealed pleased expressions. It must be known that Ace Academy's course credits were very important. They were practically gilded. A person that got expelled by Ace Academy would become the laughingstock of the world. Ning Shu was extremely irritated. She hadn't finished the task and these people kept jumping out to cause her trouble. She decided that next time she wouldn't fight in the school anymore. Once she left the school, she'd pull a sack over their heads and beat them up until they surrendered. She sat down on her seat and picked up the three-legged table from the ground. She glanced at Ling Zhu, who was in front of her. When she recalled the strange scene she happened to see yesterday, she would feel a chill just looking at Ling Zhu's back. She didn't know what Ling Zhu did to that man, but it probably wasn't anything good. Ling Zhu turned around and looked towards Ning Shu suspiciously. She asked coldly, "Lin Jiajia, why do you keep looking at me?" Ning Shu hadn't expected that Ling Zhu's senses would be this keen. She had barely been looking for a second before she was caught. It was so unnerving. Nothing much. "I couldn't help but gape at your captivating back," said Ning Shu without a trace of sincerity. Ling Zhu pressed her lips together. Her eyes contained murderous intent as she looked at Ning Shu. Was this girl teasing her? Ling Zhu felt that she had been too lenient towards this woman. This ordinary person, this ant, actually dared to tease her. Facing Ling Zhu's murderous stare, Ning Shu expressed that if Ling Zhu wanted to look, then let her look. It was seriously enough. Even praising her for being beautiful didn't work. Ning Shu slanted a glare at her and said, "What are you looking at? Feels like you're not as pretty as me." Ling Zhu's expression instantly turned ice cold, and she looked at Ning Shu like she was looking at a dead object. Ning Shu expressed that doing something like rubbing a tiger's butt was addictively exciting. Ning Shu's present actions were courting disaster. She decided that since she was going to die anyways, she might as well make the female lead uncomfortable while she could. Dying sooner or dying later was dying all the same. Ling Zhu swept an indifferent glance over her, then turned back to face the front. "You think you're so impressive just because you have a golden finger?" Just because you have power doesn't mean you have the right to casually bully others. Relying on the grace the heavens bestowed you to willfully toy with other people's lives, does that seem noble? Ling Zhu looked down on ordinary people and viewed them as ants, yet she used her power to deal with these ordinary people. The fudge was with that. Did the ants provoke you in any way? What was with you? Ning Shu prattled on like a broken record inside her heart. She felt that she had to borrow some outside power in order to defeat Ling Zhu. No matter how skilled a person was at martial arts, he could still be knocked down with one bullet. Speaking of bullets, she recalled the cool school doctor.
Ning Shu felt that she should go test her luck.
Ning Shu felt that she should go test her luck. After class, she ran towards the nurse office. Originally, she thought that the school doctor might not be there since he was so severely injured. However, when she saw all the female students in the room, she almost bowed down to him. He was seriously dedicated to his work. When the school doctor saw Ning Shu, he pushed up his glasses. After all the female students successfully got a bit of the doctor's attention and left, Ning Shu said, is your injury all right? The school doctor sat on the sofa and crossed his legs gracefully as he looked at Ning Shu. He was the image of easy elegance. Why were you looking for me? Ning Shu drew circles on the ground with her foot, looking very bashful. What exactly is it? The school doctor readjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Without a trace of politeness, he said, "Seeing you like this makes me want to puke. Uncle, can I discuss something with you? You have to help me, otherwise I'll die." Ning Shu crouched down to grab the school doctor's thigh. The school doctor pushed her hands away, then dusted off his trouser leg as if something dirty had gotten on it.
He slanted a glance at Ning Shu and said in a cool manner,
"Why does it feel like you've come to depend on me? For better or for worse, we read comrades in revolution that have gone through trials and tribulations together. You probably don't know how pitiful I am. I've been abandoned by my family, and after being abandoned, I found out that I'm not my parents' biological daughter at all. Now I've even offended the school goddess. The goddess can wipe me out just by moving a finger. Say, don't you think I'm pitiful? The entire school is laughing at me. After getting beaten up, I even got course credits deducted." As she spoke, even she started feeling that the original host was truly pitiful. And it's quite melodramatic and also seems quite disastrous. And so? The school doctor looked at Ning Shu. "Why were you looking for me?" She had already said this much. Wasn't her intention to ask for help clear enough? Ning Shu pulled out a tissue and blew her nose, then said, "Can you lend me your gun?" The school doctor lifted his brows at Ning Shu, then smiled coldly. Dusting off his white coat, he said, "Why should I lend it to you? And even if I let you borrow it, do you know how to use it?" "I can learn," said Ning Shu excitedly. "This is a matter of life and death. Uncle, if it weren't for the fact that I had no other options, I wouldn't come to look for you." Ning Shu was staking it all. For the sake of borrowing something that could help preserve her life, she was giving up all integrity. The school doctor narrowed his eyes as he asked, "Who did you say you offended?" "Who?" "Oh, the goddess Ling Zhu." Ning Shu blinked as she looked at the school doctor. From up close, it could be seen that the school doctor's skin was really great. It was like white jade, flawless and poreless. "You actually need a gun to defend against a female student?" Snow white light flashed over the school doctor's glasses. "Isn't she just a student? How can you say she's just a student?" Ning Shu glanced around, then moved close to the doctor and said, "Ling Zhu isn't an ordinary person. If you're going to talk, just talk. What are you getting so close for?" said the school doctor as he leaned away from her. Ning Shu retreated backwards a little and said, "Ling Zhu isn't an ordinary person." "I know, didn't you just say that?" The school doctor knitted his brows. "You sure like repeating the same sentence twice?" "Big bro, could you please catch the main point?" Ning Shu felt like this guy was messing with her, but she couldn't do anything about it even if it was true. Who asked him to be the only person she knew with good things? The school doctor took in Ning Shu's collapsing expression and said, "What do you mean by Ling Zhu isn't an ordinary person? It couldn't be that she's Superman, Spider-Man, or Iron Man, right? No, Ling Zhu is a Taoist immortal. Do you believe if I say she can kill with telekinesis?" Ning Shu's expression was completely serious. She thought he would laugh when he heard this. Unexpectedly, the school doctor actually said with a serious expression, "Maybe she's a demon?" Ning Shu. Ha ha ha. She was certain that this bastard was teasing her. She was clearly talking about a very serious matter, a matter in which human life was beyond value in comparison. Ning Shu felt a loneliness, as if she was the only one sober in a world full of drunk people. Ning Shu was so agitated her mouth was about to froth.
If he didn't want to help, then whatever. Was it fun to tease people?
If he didn't want to help, then whatever. Was it fun to tease people? "I'll look for you tonight," said the school doctor. Ning Shu hastily covered her chest. "Why would you look for me? I'm a good lady," the school doctor sneered. "You don't want the thing anymore?" "She wants. Of course she wants." Ning Shu hastily said, "I'll sweep the couch tonight in preparation to welcome you." The school doctor. Having obtained a definite reply from the school doctor uncle, Ning Shu no longer felt weak when facing Ling Zhu's murderous glare. She even glowered back. Ning Shu expressed that she would feel very pleased every time she saw Ling Zhu's annoyed expression. Meanwhile, Ling Zhu was done with tolerating Ning Shu. In the past, she had misgivings about doing anything to Lin Jiajia because Lin Jiajia was an ace student. If an ace student was to go missing, it'd attract a lot of unnecessary problems. However, right now she was already all alone and no longer had a family background to support her. It was about time to make her disappear. Ling Zhu loathed the way this girl always looked at her with that strange gaze. It caused her to have the misperception that she was seen through. Ning Shu didn't know that the female lead Sima had already decided to kick her out of the school.
Currently, she was eagerly anticipating the school doctor's arrival.
Currently, she was eagerly anticipating the school doctor's arrival. If she had a life-preserving object on hand, she would feel a bit more confident in completing this shitty task. Ning Shu had waited until midnight before the school doctor finally arrived. Moreover, he had come in directly by climbing over the balcony. After he got in, he slowly walked towards the room. Ning Shu couldn't, to let even a trace of her dissatisfaction show through, and went to get tea and pour water for the monsieur on the couch. The school doctor was wearing a black windbreaker again. She didn't know if it was the same one as before. However, every time she saw his windbreaker, she would feel like she had a lot of comments to spit, but didn't know where to start commenting. The school doctor glanced at Ning Shu and lifted the plain boiled water. However, he set it down again after glancing at it. Then, he took out something that was contained in a leather cover and threw it to Ning Shu. Ning Shu hastily caught it. She glanced at the school doctor, then opened it. It was actually a pistol. This pistol felt light and easy to use, unlike the previous one, which felt very heavy. "This is a lady's pistol. There are 2 safety bolts. It's suitable for you to use," said the school doctor indifferently. Ning Shu sniffled and looked at the school doctor with tears in her eyes. "Uncle, you really are a good person. I practically have no way to repay. I don't want you to repay with your body. You're ugly." The school doctor shot a disdainful glance at her, then handed her a magnetic card. "This is the location of a shooting range. You can go there to learn." Ning Shu took the card. She was starting to feel uneasy. Why did he suddenly become this thoughtful? Ning Shu asked, "Uncle, then what do you need me to do?" The school doctor grinned. "Of course, I need you to do something. You'll know when the time comes. Our relationship is simply one of mutual benefits." Ning Shu, please speak the human language. I don't understand. The school doctor got up, then left. He didn't leave from the balcony, but through the door. As Ning Shu watched the black windbreaker flutter in the wind, she felt like spitting comments again. She grasped the gun and felt a surge of strength and courage fill her body. It all came from this exquisite little thing. Ning Shu made all sorts of handsome poses before putting the card away. No matter what the school doctor's goal was, at least she was a little more protected with this thing in her possession. Ning Shu didn't feel like bothering with school the next day since she couldn't understand the lessons even if she went. It wasn't that Ning Shu's IQ wasn't high enough, but that the material was too high-end. She felt like going to class was a waste of time. So she went to the shooting range with the card in order to learn how to shoot. She found the so-called shooting range by following the address given on the card. She thought that the shooting range would be some dazzling place, or at the very least, a classy place. However, this little retail store in front of her, it sold all sorts of things including pornographic magazines and all kinds of restricted products. Was this really the shooting range? The moment Ning Shu walked in, an old man came up to greet her. She didn't know if it was because there were too many unhealthy things around, but the old man's smile seemed very vulgar. "You, uncle." "I wanted to ask if this was a shooting range," stammered Ning Shu. The old man's expression turned serious for a moment before he started smiling again. "Young lady, this is just a grocery store, not some shooting range. You're in the wrong place." But it was clearly this address. Ning Shu suddenly recalled that most connections required tokens or secret codes, so she took out the card the school doctor gave her and said, "Uncle, look at this." That old man took it and glanced at it. Then he dug out a machine from the messy floor and swiped the card on it. He glanced at Ning Shu, then said, "Come with me." Ning Shu put the card away and followed the old man into the grocery store. The old man opened a thick door and said, "Go in." Ning Shu started the shooting practice life. Under Instructor Headshot's attentive watch, Ning Shu fired the gun and missed. The bullet flew somewhere unknown. Instructor Headshot rubbed the gun at his waist as he looked at Ning Shu's head eagerly. Ning Shu instantly felt a chill and said, "Let me try again." "I definitely won't miss this time, Instructor Headshot." Ning Shu practiced like her life depended on it. At the start, the bullets would fly everywhere. Everyone in the shooting range avoided Ning Shu. It would truly be an injustice if the rookie's stray bullets hit them. Ning Shu held the gun level with both hands. If her posture wasn't right, Instructor Headshot would immediately pull out his gun and point it towards her head. Ning Shu was so terrified each time that she came close to wetting her pants, so she improved rapidly. From the starting point of always missing, she improved to the point of being able to hit the target now. These days, Ning Shu spent all her time at the shooting range. Eating, drinking, peeing, shitting, she did it all here. She practiced nonstop. Later, it got to the point that she couldn't even lift her arms anymore. She felt like she was about to become an otaku with muscly arms. However, she didn't feel any complaints about how tiring it was. This was a skill that could save her life. The more skills she had when facing the dangerous female lead, the more chances she had to survive. Instructor Headshot gave Ning Shu a bottle of medicinal oil. Forcing a contorted smile, he asked, "What relationship do you have with Psycho?" "No relationship at all." Of course, Ning Shu didn't dare to say this. If she really said this uncle who seemed to like headshots would probably shoot her on the spot. Ning Shu laughed, haha, and revealed a profound and mysterious expression. Instructor Headshot rubbed his gun again. From the looks of it, he really wanted to just shoot Ning Shu through the head. Every time Ning Shu saw this fiendish uncle rub his gun, her heart would frantically race from fear. She was truly grateful to the school doctor uncle for being so fearsome, so that she as a fox could exploit the tiger's might. Ning Shu now practically lived at the shooting range. She practiced every day and could now hit within the 5 rings. It was awesome. This particular day, Ning Shu suddenly got a notice from the school. It said that if she didn't come to class, she would be expelled. Fine, she definitely couldn't allow herself to be expelled. After staying in the shooting range for a long time, Ning Shu felt a little bit unused to being in a place with such a peaceful atmosphere. When Ling Zhu saw Ning Shu, she sensed her change. This woman has become even more reserved and even gave off a dangerous air now. However, this air of danger only seemed like that of a stronger ant that got strengthened pincers. Ling Zhu was very displeased with this and met Ning Shu's gaze. Upon sensing Ling Zhu's gaze, Ning Shu gave a big arrow. Ling Zhu's gaze immediately became filled with a dangerous aura. She subconsciously started releasing spiritual pressure. Ning Shu felt like she was quite good at courting death, being this unbridled in front of the female lead. If it wasn't courting death, what else could it be? In the past, Ling Zhu had disregarded Ning Shu and simply watched her with the attitude of watching a clown make a fool of herself. However, the presence of the current Ning Shu made her feel as if she had a fishbone stuck in her throat. She suddenly had a feeling that if she didn't destroy this clown, her life would change. Ling Zhu trusted her feeling a lot. Ning Shu only found out later why the school had notified her to come to class. It was because Prince Lang's birthday was tomorrow. The reason they told Ning Shu to come to class was to remind her not to forget to go to Lang Ah's party since he had invited her. When Ning Shu found out, she was practically about to fall apart. She had actually thought that she had been important enough for the school to care about. The reality showed that she had seriously expected too much. Ning Shu went to the nurse office to see the school doctor uncle. When she saw that the room was filled with patients yet again, she questioned what exactly the school doctor uncle was doing here as a school doctor. There was definitely a reason. How could a person that instructor Headshot feared so much simply be an ordinary school doctor? When the school doctor saw Ning Shu, he sized her up, then asked, rather shocked, "Hey, you're actually still alive? You didn't go to the shooting range?" Ning Shu. She almost puked out blood. This bastard clearly knew that the shooting range was filled with homicidal maniacs, yet he didn't bother warning her, causing her to end up strolling in casually. How could a human be this malicious? Did any truth, goodness, and beauty still exist in his heart? Ning Shu tugged her lips into a smile and said, "Thank you." She patted the lady's pistol at her waist. The school doctor glanced briefly at her, then said, "Are you having trouble dealing with the school flower, Ling Zhu? Even Uncle knows Ling Zhu. Looks like Ling Zhu's famous name is truly widely known." Ning Shu then looked at the school doctor uncle and asked in shock, "Uncle, no way right." "No way what?" "It couldn't be that you've fallen for Ling Zhu as well, right?" Ning Shu felt like life was very tough. The school doctor lifted his brows as he looked at Ning Shu. "What makes you think I would like Ling Zhu?" Wherever the female lead goes, males are instantly taken down. No man has hope of escaping the influence of the Mary Sue halo. Then there was the school doctor's capital. He was tall, handsome, and had a good physique. Most importantly, there was an upright yet also demonic aura that came from him, so he was very suitable for being a supporting male lead. "Uncle, there are plenty of women in the world. What need is there to hang yourself on a single tree?" Ning Shu was practically about to cry. How the fuck was she supposed to defeat the female lead if this uncle had feelings for her? She felt like she was about to fall apart. She was practically about to kneel and beg the school doctor uncle. The school doctor rubbed his forehead as he looked at Ning Shu, who was wailing in despair. He stomped Ning Shu's leg and crushed it hard. "Ah, fuck, OW." Ning Shu clasped her leg as she looked at the cold-hearted school doctor. As expected, she was cannon fodder. Life was so sad. If it was the female lead crying, he would have already pulled her into his arms. Even the most useless man would have at least handed over some tissues. "Don't act this damned way in front of me, it's nauseating." "Since you're ugly, don't act so pretentious," said the school doctor coldly. Ning Shu? For some unknown reason, she felt like the current school doctor completely lacked the gentle as jade feeling she got when she first saw him. Right now, not even the glasses could cover up the malicious aura in his eyes. Crap, he couldn't be a fiend wearing human skin that was trying to destroy the world, right? "How's your practice going? You can shoot now, right?" asked the school doctor uncle. Ning Shu extended her hand and said with a slight tone of pride, "I can hit the 5 rings now." What the fuck was 5 rings? The school doctor looked at Ning Shu strangely and said, "You couldn't be telling me that after practicing for so long, you're only capable of hitting the target, right?" The smile on Ning Shu's face cracked. For some reason, when she heard the school doctor's disdainful tone, she felt like she was very useless. She had changed from a naive, no little sis to a no little sis that knew how to shoot. Wasn't that very deeply moving? Ning Shu shamelessly called herself a mo little sis in her heart. That probably made me to lose face in front of all the people in the shooting range. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu, his glasses shooting out a light bright as snow. It was filled with a sinister aura. Originally, Ning Shu wanted to tell him that she had an instructor headshot teaching her, but she decisively dropped the idea upon seeing the school doctor like this. She sucked this much, even with someone teaching her. If the school doctor found out, he might decide to just destroy her. In short, after experiencing the school doctor's in-depth attack, Ning Shu successfully came to understand how much of an industrial waste she was. She left the nurse office and wandered around the school garden. As she looked at these beautiful flowers, she felt that it was really great to have the chance to live again. "Hey woman, who are you? What are you doing here?" An arrogant-sounding voice came from behind her back and startled her. When she turned around, she saw that Prince Lang was standing nearby and looking down at her with his chin raised in a conceited manner. He had one hand in his pocket as he looked at Ning Shu. His pose was incredibly cool. But for some reason, Ning Shu only felt that he seemed very choony. "Hey, I'm talking to you. It couldn't be that you don't know this place is off limits." A trace of disgust flashed through Lang Oa's eyes when he saw Ning Shu's dazed appearance. Ning Shu said, "Oh," and prepared to leave. She didn't feel like bothering with this stupid prince, so there was no way she'd waste time arguing with him. In reality, there were people in Ace Academy with better family backgrounds than Prince Lang and the other two princes. However, they didn't try to stand in the limelight like these three. Those people were very low-key. Lang Ah saw that Ning Shu immediately turned to leave as if she didn't see him and became displeased. Most of the time, he was pursued by people everywhere he went. Being suddenly treated this way caused him to feel uncomfortable. Lang Ah grabbed Ning Shu's arm. However, he promptly flung her arm away again as if he had picked up dog shit. Looking disdainfully at Ning Shu, he said, "What kind of attitude is that?" The corners of Ning Shu's mouth twitched as she looked at Lang Ah. She was cooperatively skedaddling, yet now he was stopping her with a "you've made me unhappy" expression. Ning Shu was speechless. This person was mentally ill, wasn't he? What was she supposed to do when he kept causing trouble for no reason? "Are you mute? I'm talking to you." Lang O looked at Ning Shu with disgust. "Remember, this isn't a place someone like you can enter. You're not allowed to enter this garden or the villa over there. You better remember that lower class person." My terrible temper. Ning Shu really wanted to take out the pistol and just shoot him through the head. She had felt this body's heart start racing as soon as Lang Ao got near and her breaths had become short. When she heard Lang Ao speak to her, Aya, she felt like she was practically about to faint from happiness. How much exactly did the original host like this stupid prince? Her body had such a huge reaction just seeing him. Ning Shu felt the happy sensation transmit from every inch of this body. She didn't want to feel it, but the sensations were still transmitted to her brain. "Yes, I'll remember. I won't approach this place again," said Ning Shu, suppressing her anger. "That's right. Who are you?" asked Lang Ah. Seeing that Ning Shu's face seemed a bit familiar, Ning Shu was about to kneel down to him. This was the case of an eminent person has short memory, wasn't it? Not long ago, he had invited her to his birthday party at Ling Zu's request. Yet, after turning around, he already forgot about it. Ning Shu coldly laughed. The corners of her mouth twitched. Lang O knitted his brows as he looked at Ning Shu. Following that, he finally recalled who she was and looked at her even more coldly. "Don't you dare bother Ling Zu in the future or I'll make you regret it. I won't ever take a liking to you even if you cause Ling Zu trouble. You should just give up, malicious woman." Lang Ao almost spat in Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu? What was with this self-satisfaction? Although the original host liked him, she didn't like him. His narcissistic manner really felt like a pain in the ass. "You act so unbelievably awesome. Does your family know? Do you have a problem here?" asked Ning Shu, pointing at her head. The only reason I invited you to the birthday party was because I was giving Ling Zhu face. Ling Zhu was generous enough not to bicker with you about the past, but I won't let you hurt her. Remember your status, lower class person. Ling Ao lifted his chin and looked down on her like a god looking at a mortal. What exactly was with this person's brain? He was completely living inside his own world. Even talking to yourself and deciding everything on your own had to have a limit. She had only said one sentence this entire time. You're so unbelievably awesome that the world can't contain you anymore. You best remember my words. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. After Lang Eo finished speaking, he turned and left. Ning Shu took a deep breath. The world was so beautiful, it was best to just hurry and ignore inharmonious things. Since you have a freaking mental illness, you should take medicine. Why abandon treatment? Ning Shu yelled at him, then turned and ran. The next day, Ning Shu put on her usual clothing, tucked the pistol into her waist, and went to the stupid Prince Ling's birthday party. It was being held at a private club. Ning Shu walked to the entrance of the club and saw that the entrance was filled with parked cars. One after another, handsome men and beautiful women wearing expensive clothing got out from the cars. Ning Shu was conspicuously out of place in the scene. Everyone looked at Ning Shu with disdain. Some girls wearing hanfu were even covering their mouths and giggling. Ning Shu was instantly hit by the harshness of the world. And Rong also got out from a car. When she saw Ning Shu, she gave her a fierce glare. Lifting the hem of her evening gown, she walked over and said with a cold laugh, "You actually came. It couldn't be that you're here to guard the doors?" Ning Shu looked at Rong. She hadn't come to class ever since she got injured by Ling Zhu. Even now her facial color was still pale. She looked more like she was here to offer condolences for a deceased, rather than to attend a birthday party. Ning Shu was speechless upon seeing that someone was actually forcing herself to come to a birthday party when she was ill. And Rong clearly knew that her facial color wasn't nice right now. When she saw Ning Shu staring at her face, she immediately exploded and said, "What are you looking at? I won't forget how you insulted and humiliated me." Ning Shu had no intention of carrying this black pot and said, "Get it right. I didn't do anything at all. It was clearly Ling Zhu's fault that you got injured. Why are you blaming it on me?" And Rong was stunned for a moment. Then she said, "Ling Zhu didn't do it on purpose. Moreover, she didn't do anything to me at all. I didn't do anything to you at all either. Right now I'm standing right in front of you. If I had Ling Zhu's powers, you'd already be back on the hospital bed. In any case, Ling Zhu wouldn't do that to me. Give up on trying to sow dissension." "I'm telling you I won't believe you," said Rong resolutely. "Ning Shu, for the sake of giving prominence to the main character's charm power, this world actually made the supporting cannon fodder have such an unbelievably low IQ. What happened was clear as day, yet Rong refused to look at it for the life of her. The female lead was always right. If the female lead was wrong, then it was the world that was wrong. Whatever, up to you whether to believe or not." Ning Shu wound around Rong to get in, and Rong reached out and pulled Ning Shu to a stop. Ning Shu turned around and said, "What? You want to fight?" And Rong looked at her and said, "There's no way I create a disturbance during Prince Ling's birthday. Also, are you sure that I was injured because of Ling Zhu?" "Of course. If I had powers like Ling Zhu, I would have already made you disabled and gotten revenge," said Ning Shu disdainfully. And Rong also liked Prince Ling. Ning Shu couldn't understand it. Didn't she envy Ling Zhu for being liked by Prince Ling? Yet she actually became Ling Zhu's henchman. It must have been known that the original host, Lin Jiajia, had been crazily jealous. In reality, Rong didn't know what happened back then. All she knew was that she had kicked a desk and it rammed into Ling Zhu's back. Afterwards, she felt as if 1,000 boulders were pressing on her, that her body was being crushed. She didn't know anything after that. When she woke up, several days had already passed. When Rong heard Lin Jiajia say that Ling Zhu had special powers, superpowers, the first thing she thought of was the crushing pressure from back then. "Hey, Lin Jiajia, is everything you said true?" demanded Enrong in an arrogant manner. Ning Shu rolled her eyes and said, "Up to you to believe." After saying that, she walked into the club. The club was a dazzling sight. The main hall was filled with the graceful sound of violins. The high champagne tower emitted a sweet and intoxicating fragrance. These people gathered in groups of 2 and 3 and chatted with wine glasses in hand. Their movements were elegant and beautiful. They didn't seem like high school students, but like the elites of society. The moment Ning Shu walked in, the people that saw her clothes revealed disdainful expressions. They probably all thought that Ning Shu was a rabble-rouser. Ning Shu didn't pay attention to these people as gazes and sat down on the sofa in the corner. She looked at the fruit platter on the coffee table. The fruits were colorful and appetizing. Ning Shu picked a piece up and started eating. "Ah yeah, the taste was superb. Hey, do you see anyone else eating here?" Country bumpkin. And Rong walked over and sat with Ning Shu. Ning Shu glanced at her, then ignored her and continued eating. And Rong pushed Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned her head and said, "What are you doing? Quit touching, it's not like we're close. Say, does Ling Zhu really have superpowers?" And Rong looked at Ling Zhu, who was not very far away. She was wearing a black evening gown that was incomparably dazzling. Her splendor single-handedly suppressed the splendor of all the others in this place. Ning Shu followed in Rong's line of sight. What she saw was a figure glowing with health and vigor. All the people in the ballroom were looking at her. Their eyes contained things like envy, jealousy, and adoration. Other than the svelte female lead, who else could it be? A woman like this with strong self-confidence and incomparably beauty was bound to have a lot of pursuers. The problem was that there would also be a lot of cannon fodder struggling beneath the female lead's foot. It was to the point that they wouldn't hesitate to offer up their souls to ask for a counterattack. "Ling Zhu doesn't seem like someone with superpowers," said Enrong. However, she felt like it was true due to her injury. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. Who knows that Superman is Superman before he transforms? Is a superpower something one can just see? Enrong was angry but couldn't refute, so she said, "Can't you talk nicely?" Ning Shu rolled her eyes, not bothering to be polite at all. At this time, the entire ballroom quieted down. There was only the elegant sound of the violin. The god of longevity, the idiot prince, walked out in a very cool manner. Ning Shu disliked Lang Ao for all sorts of reasons, the biggest one being this body's reaction. Whenever she saw Lang Ao, this body would make her feel like throwing herself into his arms. It was seriously annoying. When Enrong saw Lang Ao, an expression of adoration and yearning appeared on her face. A blush even added color to her pale face. Lang Ao walked to Ling Zhu in a very gentlemanly manner. Bowing, he extended his hand to ask the female lead Sama to dance. Ling Zhu, in a rather haughty manner, placed her hand in his. Then they slipped into a light and graceful dance. Afterwards, everyone just watched these two dance. Sadness appeared on Enrong's face as she watched the two people on the dance floor. She spoke in a downhearted tone. "Only someone as perfect as Ling Zhu is good enough to be a match for Prince Lang." PFF, cough, cough, cough. Ning Shu pounded her chest. The fruit almost choked her to death. Then she looked at Enrong. What an admirable mentality, The women by the female lead sighed if they weren't. Tea, fighting over men and spare tires with the female lead like the original host, then they were like. Enrong subdued by the female lead to the point they would even yield the man they liked to the female lead. However, their ends were all the same. They were all cannon fodder. The former died in body, the latter died in heart. After dancing with the girl he liked, Lang O looked practically about to ascend to heaven and become a celestial. His innocent appearance was as dumb as physically possible. Not even Ling Zhu's breathing was affected by the dance. She took a glass of red wine from the tray in the waiter's hand and took a sip. The wine of this world really couldn't compete with that of the cultivation world. Not only did it not have a trace of spiritual energy, drinking more of it actually contaminated the body. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed with shock that Enrong was sitting with Ning Shu. She felt a bit displeased. In her opinion, Enrong was one of her people, yet she was actually sitting with Lin Jiajia. She felt as if she was being betrayed, and there was no way she would tolerate traitors. Walking over gracefully, she asked Enrong, "Are you feeling better?" Enrong hastily stood up and said, "Much better." In reality, Enrong also felt pretty unhappy. If Ling Zhu really cared about her, why didn't she ever visit her? Moreover, her injuries seemed to have been caused by Ling Zhu. Ling Zhu sized up Ning Shu, who was sitting at the side. When she saw what Ning Shu was wearing, her expression became one of disapproval. Although clothes don't represent anything, it's still the most basic etiquette. Ning Shu was almost convinced by the female lead, but she said, "You know that I'm an orphan. I don't have money to buy clothes. The clothes you're wearing are really pretty, As Ning Shu spoke, she even reached over to touch it. Ling Zhu's body immediately moved to dodge Ning Shu's wolf claw. She knitted her brows in disgust. How could a woman have no self-respect like this? So wretched. Ning Shu expressed that, in face of death, insignificant things like integrity could all be abandoned. Even Enrong couldn't bear to watch Ning Shu's vulgar manner anymore. She tugged Ling Zhu and said, "Ling Zhu, Prince Ling is looking at you. He probably wants to talk to you." Ling Zhu's facial color immediately changed when she saw that Enrong was defending Lin Jiajia. She asked coldly, "Enrong, are you planning to stay with this type of person?" Enrong never expected that Ling Zhu would be this blunt. In addition, her tone of voice seemed to contain objections against her, so she hastily said, "Ling Zhu, what are you saying? How could I possibly hang out with a lower-class person like this?" Lower-class person. It was the lower-class person again. She already heard this term earlier from Lang Ah. From the looks of it, in Ace, she was just a lower-class person. Ling Zhu nodded in an arrogant manner, then turned and left. Enrong's gaze was gloomy as she looked at Ling Zhu's back. Ning Shu lifted her brows as she looked at Enrong. She had never expected that Enrong would actually speak up for her. Could it be that Enrong was taken over as well? She probably hadn't been taken over. She probably just had suspicions since Ling Zhu had injured her before. The female lead was the type of person that was like, "I have the privilege to bully and betray all the people in the world, and I will kill all the people in the world that dare to bully and betray me. Enrong, you had better be careful." However, Enrong was also someone the original host wanted to take revenge on. It would be better if she got sorted out by the female lead. The scenario of dog biting dog and each getting a mouthful of fur was good. However, Enrong had spoken up for her earlier. In the end, Ning Shu still warned Enrong to repay her for earlier. "You should be careful of Ling Zhu. She can kill without even leaving a trace." Ning Shu glanced around, then whispered next to Enrong's ear, "I heard that Ling Zhu is the boss of a gang. She has quite a lot of subordinates. If you're going to talk, just talk. What are you leaning so close for a lower-class person?" Enrong then sneered, "Ling Zhu is the boss of an underground syndicate? Does she look like it? Who said that all people in syndicates were large and stout, and couldn't be graceful and beautiful?" Ning Shu was too lazy to say any more. She had already warned her. Whether she wanted to listen or not was up to her. Recalling the original host's wishes and the way Enrong kept calling her a lower-class person, she made the decision to, on a moonless windy night, throw a sack over Enrong's head and beat the crap out of her. The way this girl talked was too infuriating. As Ning Shu ate, she soon saw a shiny pair of black shoes stop in front of her. When she looked up, she saw the idiot prince with his BO shining halo. Ling Jiajia looked at Ning Shu. When he noticed the fruit juice dribbling out the corner of her mouth, a trace of disgust flashed through his eyes. He just couldn't understand why Ling Zhu cared about this person so much. Just glancing at this person hurted the eyes. Looking at her more seemed to dirty the eyes. "Come with me, I need to talk to you about something." Ling Jiajia looked down on Ning Shu from above, then left without waiting for Ning Shu's reply. He seemed to be confident that she would follow. Ning Shu rather wanted to choose to not follow out of spite. However, when she thought of the fact that he had come to look for her despite how much he disliked her, she knew that something was definitely up. Ning Shu harbored no delusions that he had suddenly come to have a favorable opinion of her. Quit joking, the guy was the female lead's faithful servant. If she killed the female lead, then this idiot prince wouldn't be deceived by Ling Zhu anymore. The method was simple and crude, but effective. Ning Shu looked around but didn't see Ling Zhu in the ballroom. She had a bad premonition. Catching up to Ling Ao, she asked, "Where are you bringing me?" Ling Ao said with a disdainful tone, "Just follow. What are you asking so much for?" Ning Shu felt increasingly uneasy and turned to run. However, Ling Ao immediately grabbed her collar. Ling Ao was about to be irritated to death. He was already unhappy seeing this lower-class person, and now this lower-class person actually dared to resist. Pulling her by her collar, he said, "Lower-class person, don't make me use force." What made Ling Ao even more displeased was the fact that this girl actually dared to resist him. Girls never resisted him. They did whatever he told them to, and a single glance from him was enough to cause them to be elated. Don't test my bottom line, and don't try to gain my attention by acting uninterested. I'm not interested in you, said Ling Ao between gritted teeth. From the looks of it, he was at the end of his patience. Ling Ao beckoned the security guard who was standing at the corner.
A guard in black immediately came over and took hold of Ning Shu.
A guard in black immediately came over and took hold of Ning Shu. Ning Shu wanted to touch the gun at her waist, but the security guard had seized hold of her arm. She was brought to Ling Ai like she was leaning on someone for support. Ning Shu was brought to a room behind the ballroom. Ling Ao opened the door and pulled her into the room. Ling Zhu was inside, sitting gracefully on the sofa. When they came in, she swept a glance over Ning Shu. There were 2 other people in the room. It was the other 2 princes in a 3-people set. Ning Shu barely had any impression of the 2 princes. Right now, seeing them sitting together, one on Ling Zhu's left, the other on her right, it made Ling Zhu look like a queen. Ning Shu was thrown onto the ground. She hastily got up and patted the dust off her body. Actually, there wasn't any dust at all. Her motive was to touch the gun concealed in her clothes. When she felt the gun, she became much calmer. Ling Zhu smiled towards Ling Ao and said, "Please go outside, I want to talk to her." The 2 princes next to Ling Zhu got up. Ning Shu glanced at them and saw that their expressions were dazed as if they'd enjoyed some pleasant experience. This expression was very familiar. Ning Shu recalled what Ling Zhu did to that man in the alley. Could it be that she did something to them as well? Ling Ao shot Ning Shu a warning look and said, "You better not hurt Ling Zhu. Otherwise, I'll make you die a horrible death. Don't doubt my abilities." Ning Shu really wanted to puke a mouthful of blood on this idiot's face. What could she do to Ling Zhu? The question right now should be what Ling Zhu was going to do to her. The 3 princes left the room and carefully closed the door behind them, leaving Ning Shu alone with Ling Zhu in the room. Ling Zhu stood up and walked to Ning Shu. Sizing her up, she said coldly, "Quit acting." "I know you're not the original Lin Jiajia." Ning Shu's pupils dilated, but she rolled her eyes and said, "Are you crazy? If I'm not Lin Jiajia, then you think you're Lin Jiajia? Weirdo." Ning Shu was determined to never admit that she wasn't Lin Jiajia. "You act tough. Let's take out your soul and see if you really are Lin Jiajia." As Ling Zhu spoke, she reached out towards Ning Shu's sky spirit channel. Ning Shu was stunned. Fuck, how could the female Li have abilities that were in such defiance of the natural order? No matter what, she couldn't let her soul be pulled out. Ning Shu immediately dodged the hand. Rolling back on the ground, she pulled out the gun from her waist and pointed it at Ling Zhu. Upon seeing that the little clown had actually pulled out a gun, Ling Zhu was a bit stunned. However, she soon recovered and said coldly, "As expected, you aren't the original Lin Jiajia. I do like to see exactly what kind of strange thing is inside the skin sack of yours." Ning Shu held the gun, trying to appear confident as she said, "I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You couldn't be saying that you're not Ling Zhu, right? Are you mentally ill or something?" The more one spoke, the more mistakes could slip out of one's mouth.
If villains talked too much, they would give the main character a chance to make a comeback.
If villains talked too much, they would give the main character a chance to make a comeback. So Ning Shu immediately pulled the trigger while praying that she would be able to hit. She should be able to hit at such close range, right? With her skill at hitting within the 5 rings, she should be able to hit, right? Afterwards, a shocking scene occurred. A transparent film actually appeared in front of Ling Zhu and blocked the bullet. The fudge, this was catching a bullet with your bare hands. Female lead, why are you so awesome? Ning Shu was practically about to kneel. The bullet fell to the floor, making a clink. Ling Zhu's facial color was currently very dark. She had really pulled the tiger's tail this time.
Upon seeing Ling Zhu's expression, Ning Shu didn't hold back and shot Ling Zhu another 2 times.
Upon seeing Ling Zhu's expression, Ning Shu didn't hold back and shot Ling Zhu another 2 times. However, she still didn't feel assured, so she decided to empty all the bullets left in the gun. The result was that the protective screen Ling Zhu made using spiritual energy blocked all the bullets. Ning Shu felt really depressed. Ripping apart the seams in her clothes, she took out some bullets and put them in the pistol. Cold sweat was already covering Ling Zhu's forehead.
When she saw what Ning Shu was doing, she practically vomited blood. She never expected to meet with unexpected failure here.
When she saw what Ning Shu was doing, she practically vomited blood. She never expected to meet with unexpected failure here. This ant actually dared to attack her. She was going to pull out her soul and torment it with hellfire. Ning Shu and Ling Zhu stood in confrontation. After reloading the gun, Ning Shu pointed it at Ling Zhu again. Ling Zhu's face was pale as she moved the spiritual energy in her body to block the bullets. The spiritual energy in this world was thin to the point it was hard to imagine. As of now, the spiritual energy she had accumulated for such a long time was already gone. Her dancing was clean and empty, even her meridians were starting to hurt. It was truly the case of a tiger falling to the plains and being bullied by a dog. In the past, she could have dealt with this sort of thing with a flick of the sleeve. How could she possibly have as much trouble as now? In addition, she couldn't move at all. If she moved, she would have to form a new shield, and she already didn't have any more spiritual energy. You truly are seeking death. Ling Zhu's dark voice came out between gritted teeth, carrying an intense murderous aura. Ning Shu pressed her lips together. She knew that she had totally infuriated the female lead this time, but she didn't regret it. It couldn't be that she was supposed to stretch out her neck obediently when Ling Zhu wanted to pull out her soul, right? That soul was her everything. Ning Shu held the gun steady with both hands. Squinting, she noticed that Ling Zhu's protective screen seemed to be becoming weaker, so she shot another 2 bullets at it. She suddenly felt like she was shooting at a target since Ling Zhu was standing still for her to hit. You shouldn't go too far. Ling Zhu was about to explode. She had never been in such a wretched position since coming to this world, except when facing a certain man. The bullets fell one by one to the ground. Then Ling Zhu's protective screen exploded and a bullet hit her collarbone. Ning Shu saw the chance and shot her again, but Ling Zhu nimbly dodged. She glared at Ning Shu with hatred, wanting to kill her, but recalled that without spiritual energy, she was just an ordinary person. She wasn't dumb to the point she would try to block this world of weapons with her flesh. Ning Shu didn't care about battle etiquette at all. The female lead was currently like a defanged tiger. If she didn't kill her now, it couldn't be that she should wait until the female lead got better, right?
Ning Shu wasn't that gentlemanly.
Ning Shu wasn't that gentlemanly. She fired at Ling Zhu again.
Of course, with her skill at shooting within the 5 rings, she missed.
Of course, with her skill at shooting within the 5 rings, she missed. From the looks of it, she had to practice more. This time, the female lead was unprepared, so she became a target. Next time the female lead saw her, she'd definitely kill her. Ling Zhu glared at Ning Shu, then, pressing on her injury, opened the door and ran. Ning Shu hastily chased after her with the intention of aiming for the kill while the target was still ill. No one knew better than her how ruthless the female lead was. Ning Shu wrapped her gun up with clothes, then followed Ling Zhu. Music still filled the party hall. Ling Zhu had actually been stopped by Ling Ah. Ling Zhu glanced back at Ning Shu, who was about to catch up, then looked at Ling Ah, who was still pulling at her and felt extremely irritated. Ning Shu naturally wouldn't shoot in front of so many people. It would be troublesome to cause a disturbance and allow Ling Zhu to escape in the chaos. She saw that Ling Ao had, in his unbelievably cool way, grabbed Ling Zhu to talk to her. Ling Zhu's face was as pale as that of a ghost, and she looked very irritated. Since she was wearing a black outfit, though she was gushing blood, Ling Ao didn't notice at all. Ning Shu started feeling schadenfreude. Who asked you to freaking have love affairs? Ning Shu started walking towards the two. When Ling Zhu saw that Ning Shu was close to catching up, she immediately pushed Ling Ao away and ran towards the door. Ling Ao, who was pushed aside, was stunned. Ning Shu kicked him out of the way and ran out chasing. Ling Zhu glanced at the woman that kept chasing her. The heavy feeling in her heart and the pain from her chest infuriated Ling Zhu. It felt like she had returned to the cultivation world. This was the feeling of being hunted. She felt completely helpless. Ling Zhu vowed that in the future, she would definitely kill all of the jumping clowns that appeared in front of her without mercy. Today, she had gotten bitten by an ant. Ning Shu could only thank the Lord that she had learned Taekwondo and improved her constitution. Otherwise, running a marathon with the female lead like this would be a crazy challenge. Suddenly, a car blocked Ling Zhu's way. Ling Zhu became on edge. She didn't know if this was an enemy or a friend. Ning Shu, who was behind her, immediately stopped and turned to run back instinctively. Generally, when the female lead encountered difficulty, a person of high rank would appear to save her. The female lead's savior was here, so she was about to be out of luck. There was no way her skill at shooting within the 5 rings would be enough for her to challenge someone to a gunfight. As Ning Shu expected, when she turned back, she saw a man get off the car and shoot at her. Without any regard for her image, Ning Shu immediately dropped down so hard her chin knocked against the ground. Then she hastily scrambled to her feet and ran off. Ling Zhu looked warily at this man. Meanwhile, the man looked towards Ling Zhu with a gaze that seemed to contain oppressive pressure. He touched his nose, then asked, "Did you get injured?" "You already saw, yet you're still asking?" said Ling Zhu a little angrily. "You couldn't be taking advantage of the fire to loot, are you? Planning to get rid of me so that it would be easier to take over my faction?" The man laughed, then lifted Ling Zhu in a princess hold and threw her into the car. He started the car as he teased Ling Zhu. The queen of the night actually got injured by such a little girl. Ling Zhu pressed on her wound. She was in severe pain, so when she heard him mock her, she said fiercely, "Shut up!" Ning Shu watched from her hiding place as the car drove off, then gave a long sigh. From now on, she would have to watch out for her life at every moment. After suffering such a loss, Ling Zhu was probably going to rip her from limb to limb. Beep, beep. The sound of sudden rapid honks startled Ning Shu. She looked towards the car next to her. The car window was open. The person driving was the school doctor uncle. "Get in," said the school doctor, and Ning Shu immediately got into the car. The school doctor then started the car and it sped off like it was trying to fly. "Can't you go a little slower?" Ning Shu almost shrieked. When she turned around, she saw that the school doctor was wearing a black windbreaker again. She practically didn't know how to even comment anymore. "Is this the car?" the school doctor asked, looking at the car in front. Ning Shu was a bit surprised and asked, "What? The car Ling Zhu got on?" The school doctor looked at Ning Shu with a very cold-hearted gaze, as if he was about to deal with a useless piece of trash. "Yes, that's the car," said Ning Shu. Ning Shu was a bit puzzled. Why did the school doctor need to catch up to them? Could it be that he wanted to save the female lead? "Uncle, don't be like this. She'd worked so hard to finally get Ling Zhu to bleed a little." "Uncle, it couldn't be that you're going there to save her, right?" asked Ning Shu carefully. "I need her," replied the school doctor. "Fuck, Oh my fuck. Ning Shu's face immediately became a bit twisted. Feeling rather discouraged, she asked, "Since that's the case, why did Uncle give me a gun?" The school doctor looked at Ning Shu strangely and said, "There's a conflict between me giving you a gun and me meeting Ling Zhu." Ning Shu. Why did the school doctor give people the feeling that he was a twisted pervert? He said he needed Ling Zhu, yet he gave her a gun to shoot the female lead with. It couldn't be that he wanted to put on an act of love entangled with hatred, captivity, and things of heavy taste like that? Ning Shu shook her head. How twisted exactly was this storyline? This guy didn't even appear in the storyline, or could it be that this guy was the hidden big boss? They followed Ling Zhu all the way to a remote villa. The school doctor turned around to look at Ning Shu and asked, "Girl, why were you looking at me with such a strange expression?" Ning Shu retrieved her gaze, but she had already labeled the school doctor as a pervert. He didn't want to woo the female lead and wanted to just directly kidnap her. He seriously didn't take normal routes. The car in front of them stopped. The man lifted Ling Zhu out of the car and carried her into the building. Ning Shu undid her seatbelt and sneakily followed after them. When she looked to the side, she saw that the school doctor was standing perfectly straight. He didn't even bother to stoop over a little in any attempt to hide. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu weirdly and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm hiding, you know?" "Hurry up and crouch down," said Ning Shu. The school doctor gave a cold laugh and swaggered into the villa as he said, "There are no surveillance cameras here. Even if there were, the way you hide is useless. Ning Shu." Ning Shu followed the school doctor into the villa. It didn't look inhabited. At this time, sounds of people talking suddenly came from the second floor. The school doctor took out his gun, then went up the stairs, keeping close to the wall. Ning Shu tiptoed after him. The sound of people speaking became louder, and another baffling sound was mixed in as well. The school doctor opened the door a crack. Inside, two people were entangled and tumbling together. Ning Shu moved over to look, and her mouth immediately formed an O. What the F? Wasn't the female lead injured? Why did they suddenly start tumbling on the bed? Being off guard, she accidentally ended up seeing a live scene of the Crown Prince's chambers. Ling Zhu had been forced by circumstances. She didn't have any spiritual energy left in her body, and her injury hurt like hell. The fastest way to recover was to pluck yang to supplement yin. In the cultivation world, this was something only women who practiced devilish cultivation methods did. However, the man on top of her was not bad. It wasn't a loss to sleep with him once, and it could even help replenish spiritual energy. Ning Shu already felt extreme admiration towards Ling Zhu for being able to do this. In ordinary circumstances, shouldn't you bandage your wound first? The school doctor put his hand on Ning Shu's head and pushed her behind him. Right at this time, the gaze of the man on the bed sharpened, and he looked towards the door. The school doctor hid. By the time they looked towards the room again, there was no longer anyone there. The school doctor kicked open the door. Ning Shu entered after him. How did they suddenly disappear? Ning Shu looked towards the school doctor. Where did they go? The school doctor started feeling about in the room. When he saw that Ning Shu was standing there dumbly, he became speechless. Giving a brief explanation, he said, "There's definitely some sort of mechanism in this room. Look for it." Ning Shu said, "Oh," then started feeling about in the room inch by inch. Fuck. How come other main characters could do everything so awesomely, but she had to grope about in such an undignified way? The school doctor rotated a flower vase, then a passageway appeared from the wall. He took the initiative to walk in first, and Ning Shu hastily followed after him. The secret room was just a simple passageway. It was dim and felt ominous because there were only a few oil lamps lit. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor, who was stooped over in front. A ticking sound came from ahead of them. What was that sound? The school doctor, who was walking in front, increased his speed. Ning Shu walked closer and found that it was actually a bomb. The numbers on its surface was changing rapidly. Why would there be a bomb here? Could it be that Ling Zhu had left it? "Uncle, do you know how to defuse a bomb?" "I know a little." The school doctor first examined it. By that it meant he picked it up and glanced at it before starting to take it apart. Ning Shu couldn't help but ask upon seeing his casual manner. Do you really know how to do it? If you're worried, then you do it. The school doctor uncle threw the bomb into Ning Shu's arms. Ning Shu almost peed her pants from alarm and hastily shoved the bomb back into his arms. I won't talk anymore, hurry and defuse the bomb. The school doctor glanced at her, then pulled out a pair of shiny medical scissors. Without a trace of hesitation, he cut a wire in the bomb and the ticking numbers on the display froze as its color gradually dimmed. Ning Shu sighed in relief, her heart finally returning to her chest. Yeah, my ma, yeah, it was seriously too terrifying. She followed behind the school doctor again. A bit later, something suddenly occurred to her and she asked, Uncle, why did we have to defuse the bomb? Couldn't we have run? The school doctor uncle jolted, then turned around and said, I got influenced by your IQ. You're a pig teammate. TCH. It didn't occur to you either, did it? Ning Shu thought disdainfully. In any case, wasn't it the normal reaction to run when one encountered a bomb? After walking a while in the passageway, they finally saw a light ahead. In the end, as soon as they got out, they met with 2 gun barrels. Ling Zhu and Mo Lingshuan were standing side by side. Mo Lingshuan had his pistol pointed towards the school doctor as he asked, Who are you two? Ling Zhu's gaze turned icy when she saw Ning Shu. Lin Jiajia, you're truly becoming more and more audacious. Ling Zhu had suffered extraordinary shame and humiliation at Ning Shu's hands. She had actually been injured by this ant. She wanted to pull out Ning Shu as soul and put her through all sorts of torture before beating her to the point that her soul breaks and scatters, never to reincarnate again. Ning Shu looked at Ling Zhu and saw that though she had just gotten injured, her facial color had already returned to normal. Facing Ling Zhu's gaze, Ning Shu had a bad feeling and looked towards the school doctor uncle. She thought that the school doctor would be someone amazing, but he had gotten captured just like that. She really didn't understand what about him was so awesome that it made all the people in the shooting range revere him like a tiger. Ling Zhu looked at the school doctor again. When she saw his indifferent expression, she felt extremely irritated. Why exactly are you following me? Could it be that you still haven't had enough of my concealed weapons? So the concealed weapon from that night was something Ling Zhu had used. How strongly attached was the school doctor uncle to her? The school doctor originally wanted to push up his glasses, but he discovered that he wasn't wearing them, so he simply said, I've said so before, I need you. Ning Shu, the F uncle, look at the situation. You actually dared to say this in front of the male lead. We're going to end up dying tragically. Ning Shu tugged at the school doctor's sleeve. Uncle, can't you talk nicely? Ling Zhu was clearly quite infuriated. Are you crazy? Don't follow me anymore, or I'll kill you. Mo Lingshuan's gaze contained deep hostility as he looked at the school doctor. Narrowing his eyes, he aimed at the school doctor uncle's head and asked Ling Zhu, unhappily, who is this person? What relationship do you two have? Ling Zhu looked at the first man she had in this world and felt a bit moved. Her heart rippled with some sort of emotion as she said, I don't know where he came from, but he's been following me. Mo Lingshuan's facial color improved a little upon hearing this, and his cold expression turned a little gentler. He said coldly, You should just directly kill this type of guy. What's the point in leaving him alive? As he spoke, he made to press the trigger. Ning Shu was practically about to fall to her knees. No way that she was really about to die here, right? Ning Shu sighed, then moved closer to the school doctor to whisper, Uncle, let's run now. Please don't influence me with your IQ. The school doctor saw that Ning Shu was tugging at his sleeve and hurriedly brushed off her hand. The school doctor first took the time to express his disdain for Ning Shu's intelligence, before slowly pulling out a bomb from somewhere. This bomb was really familiar. Wasn't this the bomb in the passageway? When did the school doctor uncle grab it? Also, it had been diffused before, but now it was running again. The time on the display ticked on. What made Ning Shu almost fall apart was the fact that there was only 1 minute left. Ning Shu stared dumbstruck at the school doctor uncle. He was really a freaking psycho. No wonder everyone called him Psycho. Mo Lingshuan looked at the bomb the school doctor was tossing from hand to hand. Wasn't this the bomb he had thrown in the passageway? The school doctor's lips hooked him a smile as he held the bomb casually like an apple. He walked towards the two of them, then actually reached out to stroke Ling Zhu's face. He still had the presence of mind to be lecherous at this sort of time. What the hell? Ning Shu retreated a few steps, then shouted towards the school doctor uncle. "Uncle, let's run first." The school doctor uncle paid no attention to Ning Shu and continued to concentrate on stroking Ling Zui's face. His expression was very focused, almost as if he was worshipping her. To Ling Zhu, that hand felt like a poisonous snake that was slithering over her. It caused goosebumps to rise all over her skin. Mo Lingshuan had never encountered a person this unafraid of death. This guy was actually touching his woman in front of him, and it was even a woman he rather appreciated. Mo Lingshuan pointed his gun at the school doctor uncle's head. In response, this nutjob actually grabbed Ling Zhu tightly and said in an unconcerned manner, "I have no regrets if I can die with her. My dear mom." Ning Shu was practically about to kneel to this lecherous uncle. This guy was crazy, wasn't he? Upon hearing the sound of the bomb ticking, Ning Shu was so scared that she felt a heart attack coming on. "Uncle, don't stroke anymore. What do we do now?" Ling Zhu's current mood was even worse than Ning Shu since she was currently being hugged by an ant of a man. She didn't know where this damn man came from. He had been harassing her ever since she came to this world. If it weren't for that fact that she had her abilities, she would have already been caught by this man ages ago. Fuck, what was going on now? Ling Zhu felt a cold knife pressed against her back. The icy feeling made one very uncomfortable. This ant actually dared to press a knife against her. It was unforgivable. The sound of the bomb ticking continued. Ling Zhu asked coldly, "What exactly do you want?" The school doctor uncle replied, "Actually, I'm not planning much of anything. I've said that I needed you. Will you come with me?" Ning Shu was about to cry. Couldn't uncle see the current situation? She grasped her gun but didn't know how to point it at. If it was possible, she really wanted to just shoot the uncle who couldn't make sense of the situation straight through the head. Mo Lingshuan pointed the gun coldly at the school doctor. The school doctor continued hugging Ling Zhu. Ning Shu shouted, "Don't you guys see the bomb? The bomb's about to explode." Were these feeling conflicts enough for people to forget about the life and death situation? The school doctor uncle nonchalantly glanced towards the bomb in his hand and seemed taken aback. Yeah, it really is about to explode." Ling Zhu was practically about to go crazy. There was no way to reason logically with a nutjob like this. All she could say was, "Let's do this. Everyone throw their guns away." You throw the bomb away too. "Then you guys throw the guns first," said the school doctor slowly without any sense of urgency. It was said that ruthless people feared those who didn't care about their lives. Mo Lingshuan had interacted with many people in the underground world, but he had never met someone like this. There was definitely something wrong with his brain. Mo Lingshuan glanced coldly at Ning Shu and said, "We throw at the same time." The current situation was seriously strange. As Ning Shu threw the gun, she quickly dropped to the ground. A bullet swept past, missing her by a hair's breadth. Fuck, he actually went with a sneak attack. Ning Shu inwardly cursed. Mo Lingshuan had fired a shot at Ning Shu before throwing his gun away. If it weren't for the fact that Ning Shu had quickly ducked, she would have already been hit. "You were dishonest." The school doctor looked at Mo Linguxin. The scalpel that was pressed against Ling Zhu's waist immediately pierced into her skin. Ling Zhu groaned in pain as she felt something cold enter her body. This man was practically a psycho. "Shouldn't you throw the bomb now?" Mo Lingshuan was currently in a very bad mood. Back when he had been having sex with Ling Zhu, he had sensed that someone was there, so he went into the secret passageway and threw a bomb in the passageway to blow it up. Doing that was very enjoyable, but this current situation was not enjoyable at all. The school doctor shrugged and threw the bomb towards Mo Lingshuan. Mo Lingshuan caught the bomb. When he saw the rapidly changing numbers on the bomb, even he, a person that could watch Mount Kai collapse without a change in expression, turned a bit pale. He used all his strength to hurl the bomb far away. Then, with a loud rumble, a blazing heat wave hit them. Ning Shu had already fallen to the ground before this entire sequence of events occurred, so she wasn't injured. Rather, the inhumane school doctor had hid behind Ling Zu's back, causing Ling Zu to be scorched by the heat wave so much that her hair frizzed up and her face became bright red. There was not a trace of her cool elegance left. Ning Shu covered her mouth as she laughed. She really had nothing to say in regards to how the school doctor acted. Did he really like Ling Zu? Normal men would usually push the female lead down at this sort of time to protect them, yet he had actually hid behind the female lead Sama. Uncle, how could you act this scared? There was no way the female lead would take a liking to a wimp like you. Mo Lingshuan got up from the ground. When he saw Ling Zu's bright red face and poofed up hair, he said to the school doctor, "Hurry up and let go of her." "Why should I let go of her?" The school doctor dragged Ling Zu as he started walking towards Ning Shu. If it was possible, Ning Shu really wanted to tell him not to bring the female lead over. The female lead Sama was a trouble magnet. Staying with the female lead would lead to encountering all sorts of difficulties. The school doctor kicked Ning Shu. "Pig teammate, what are you dazing out for? Not planning to leave?" Ning Shu glanced at Ling Zu. She felt that there was no way Ling Zu would obediently leave with them. It shouldn't be forgotten that Ling Zu was a cultivator. She definitely had some trick up her sleeve. Ling Zu wanted to utilize her powers, but she was completely out of spiritual energy. The bit of vital energy she managed to absorb from Mo Lingshuan was all used to treat her injury. Yet, right after her injury healed, she was stabbed in the back by this person. She was practically about to explode from anger. These two villains were colluding. One injured her with a gun, then another stabbed her with a knife. It was seriously abominable. She swore to make them pay. Mo Lingshuan coldly watched as the school doctor acted in a way that courted disaster. "You've successfully irritated me. I'll make you suffer to the point you'll beg for death. Aren't I the one that's capable of making people beg for death?" The school doctor felt quite surprised. Mo Lingshuan was seriously about to explode. The veins on his forehead twitched. This guy was ill, wasn't he? Ning Shu felt that life seriously sucked. Fuck, what was the point of exchanging words like this? Shouldn't we be escaping for our lives right now? Mo Lingshuan took out his phone, probably to call his subordinates over. Afterwards, he stared at the school doctor and Ning Shu with his cold eyes that seemed to be saying, "You guys are f***ing done for." The glare of a crime syndicate's boss was definitely not to be sneered at. At the very least, Ning Shu felt weak at the knees from being glared at. Then she saw that the school doctor was still hugging Ling Zu's neck, refusing to let go. "Uncle, what do we do now?" asked Ning Shu. "We had better run. We won't be able to run once they all get here." The school doctor nodded and was about to run while dragging Ling Zu, but Mo Lingshuan caught up with him and grabbed hold of Ling Zu. Following that, the two men started pulling at Ling Zu as if they were playing tug of war. Causing the knife, the school doctor was pressing against Ling Zu's back to be inserted even deeper. Ning Shu watched with wide eyes as the blood poured onto the ground. Then, seeing Ling Zu's tragically pale face, she didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Soon after, she heard the sound of horns. It was probably Mo Lingshuan's people. She hastily grabbed the school doctor uncle and said, "Uncle, we had better leave first. His people are here." The school doctor reluctantly released Ling Zu, then quickly pulled out his gun and shot Ling Zu. Afterwards, he grabbed Ning Shu and ran. Ning Shu turned back to glance at Ling Zu. Ling Zu also looked dumbfounded. She'd been stabbed by someone, and now she got shot again. Ning Shu turned back to look at the school doctor and asked between gasps for breath, "Uncle, didn't you say that you needed her? Why did you shoot her?" There was no hesitation in the way he fired. Did he really like the female lead? She inwardly lit a funeral candle for Ling Zu. "Freeze. Y'all better freeze right now. This daddy is telling you guys to freeze." The shouts of Mo Lingshuan's subordinates came from behind them. From time to time, there were a couple gunshots. Ning Shu and the school doctor ran to the street halfway up the mountain, but there weren't any cars passing by. At the same time, the sounds behind them also seemed to be getting closer. The school doctor uncle shattered a parked car's window with his gun, then started to unlock the car as Ning Shu watched, still stunned. Didn't these types of scenes only appear in movies? Uncle, you sure you know how to do it? Uncle, hurry up, they're almost caught up. Hurry. You do it then? Said the school doctor breezily, as if she freaking knew how to. The gunshots were getting louder and louder. Ning Shu hastily got inside the car. When she saw that the school doctor uncle was bent over and taking his sweet time with messing with the car, she felt about to fall apart. However, at the crucial moment, the school doctor uncle did manage to start the car and drive it away. Ning Shu turned around to look at the people that were following them. All he could do was watch as the car drove away. Ning Shu's face immediately became filled with glee. This had seriously been too exciting. Her heart was still pounding nonstop. Next to her, the school doctor uncle's expression was very displeased. When he saw that the pig teammate was looking at him, he laughed coldly and said, "If it weren't for you, I would have already gotten away with Ling Zhu. You're seriously a pig teammate, Ning Shu." Was there any revolutionary comradeship at all? For better or for worse, they had gotten through a terse situation together. "Uncle, you know how to defuse a bomb, how to steal a car. What else do you know?" asked Ning Shu. The school doctor uncle practically seemed like a genius of all trades. If she had those abilities, wouldn't it be a little easier to complete future tasks? The school doctor uncle rolled his eyes at Ning Shu. "These are the most basic of basics, alright? Forget it. A pig teammate like you will never be able to understand." Did he have to continuously say pig teammate nonstop? Ning Shu glanced at the school doctor uncle's side profile and asked, "Why did you shoot Ling Zhu? Didn't you say that you needed her? Can you stop asking stupid questions? By injuring her, it messes up that man's judgment. Didn't you see that guy didn't chase after us? As for these little henchmen of his, they're just trash." School doctor spoke as if it was obvious. Ning Shu, PFF. Ning Shu pressed on her chest as she said, "Didn't you say you needed her? Why did you injure her? Aren't you in love with her? That's why I aimed for her shoulder." "She won't die," said the school doctor as if it was something self-evident. "Ning Shu, are you sure you're not a pervert? It was seriously messed up." She couldn't tell what this person was thinking at all. She felt that her worldview had completely changed from meeting this uncle. What kind of mutual love and murder was this? Although they had successfully escaped this time, the loss was too great. Not only did she lose her pistol, she even offended the male and female leads. They were heads of underground syndicates and had a lot of subordinates. Ning Shu knew that things were going to be tough in the future. "Uncle, you have to protect me. I'm now in life, threatening danger. Those people will definitely hunt me down for revenge," said Ning Shu in a pitiful manner. "Why should I help you? You're so useless. Just staying with you affects my intelligence," said the school doctor coldly. Ning Shu pulled a miserable face as she said, "Uncle, you can't be like this. For better or for worse, we're comrades, aren't we?" "I don't know you." Ning Shu, the heartless, cold, deliberately provocative. However, no matter what, Ning Shu didn't dare take alleys while walking home anymore. She stayed in the school every day. The moment class ended, she would run to the school doctor's place. What shocked Ning Shu was the fact that Ling Zhu had returned to class just a few days after the incident. Although her facial color was still a bit off, she didn't look injured at all. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. Did Ling Zhu take an elixir or something to be able to come to class so soon after an injury? How did she do it? When Ling Zhu saw Ning Shu, she grinned. Her gaze was incomparably calm, making Ning Shu feel trepidation. Ling Zhu sat down in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu held up her three-legged desk as she squinted at Ling Zhu's back. They had shown each other their true selves, so neither of them was going to let the other off. This fact actually made the fear in Ning Shu's heart dissipate. She rubbed the gun at her waist. This wasn't an ordinary gun, but the life-preserving object the school doctor uncle had given her. After class, Ling Zhu lay down on top of her desk, seeming to be napping. And Rong walked over and asked in concern, "Ling Zhu, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Ling Zhu looked up and shook her head. "I'm fine." And Rong immediately shouted at Ning Shu, "Did you bully Ling Zhu?" "Ning Shu, what the hell?" And Rong lifted her chin as she said, "Are you itching for a spanking?" To actually dare to bully Ling Zhu. Ling Zhu stood up and pulled him wrong. "I'm fine. She didn't bully me. Seriously, this personality of yours. It is because you don't say anything even when you read being bullied that you get bullied," said in Rong and chiding manner. When she saw how delicate Ling Zhu seemed, she felt that there was no way Ling Zhu had superpowers. Lately, rumors about Ling Zhu having strange powers have been spreading around the school. Originally, and Rong mostly believed them, but when she saw how delicate Ling Zhu currently looked, she immediately labeled them as groundless rumors. "I'm telling you, bullying Ling Zhu means you're bullying me, and Rong. I'll make you pay, got it?" And Rong said, looking down on Ning Shu, "What the hell? What the thing hell?" Ning Shu looked at Ling Zhu. Ling Zhu no longer had the cold aura of arrogance she used to. On the contrary, she now seemed like a shy little white flower that swayed from the slightest wind. When Ning Shu saw how protective and Rong was of Ling Zhu, she sighed. After a couple days of being away, Ling Zhu had increased her tricks. Ning Shu could sense the disgust and exclusion contained in her classmates' gazes. It was clear that they had already concluded that she had bullied Ling Zhu. She almost felt like puking blood. She didn't do anything? How did she bully the female lead? The female lead Sama's combat ability was rising rapidly again. She had brains and martial arts. Was she trying to take over the world? In the past, Ling Zhu always acted aloof and didn't pay attention to her at all. That was because she had absolute faith in her ability and believed that she could crush anyone easily. However, now Ling Zhu was clearly targeting Ning Shu, and she was even using this type of method to deal with her. "You're still saying that you didn't bully her? You were chasing after Ling Zhu during Prince Ling's party to hit her, yet you still dare to say you didn't bully her? She had to stay in bed for so many days in order to recover," said in Rong with contempt. She looked at Ning Shu as if she was looking at trash. Ning Shu's brows twitched. She had gotten used to seeing Ling Zhu's egotistic and proud manner. She really felt unaccustomed to seeing Ling Zhu's current delicate appearance. And Rong made to grab Ning Shu's hair. Ning Shu dodged, then threw Rong over her shoulder, causing Rong to cry out in pain. Since Ling Zhu wanted to pretend to be a little white flower, it wouldn't be fair to the accusation she had to bear if she didn't do anything to Ling Zhu. Hence, Ning Shu turned towards Ling Zhu, who was acting like a little white flower, and slapped her on both cheeks. Ling Zhu was stunned. She covered her cheek as she stared blankly at Ning Shu. She clearly couldn't believe that Ning Shu had actually dared to slap her. Following that, her gaze turned incomparably cold. It was a bone-penetrating cold. The people inside the classroom were also taken aback by the fact that Ning Shu had slapped Ling Zhu. From their perspective, this orphan, this lower-class person had practically gone crazy. She actually dared to hit the goddess. The title of goddess wasn't an empty title. It represented how protective the entire student population of Ace Academy was of Ling Zhu. Ning Shu didn't pay attention to her classmates' looks at all. Those with bare feet didn't fear those with shoes. She had already been kicked out of the Lin family and no longer had any ties to them at all. Meanwhile, she still hadn't found her birth parents yet, so she was completely burden-free. However, Ling Zhu wasn't the same. She had to be beautiful through and through. She had to be reserved and aloof, and keep the adorations of the three school princes. Even in Rong, who had just gotten up while pressing on her waist, was dumbfounded. She looked at Ning Shu as if Ning Shu had gone insane. And Rong was furious and embarrassed at having been thrown to the ground. However, when she saw that Ning Shu's expression looked a bit crazed, she silently backed away a little. And Rong's movement caused Ling Zhu's heart to sink. She looked around the classroom and saw that no one showed any intention of speaking up for her. The only reason Ling Zhu returned to the school this quickly was because this Lin Jiajia had been hiding in the school the entire time. She stayed at school even after classes were over. Her subordinates had no way of entering Ace Academy to hunt her down. This school wasn't as simple as it looked on the surface. Before her wings were fully grown, she had to behave inside the school. In order to heal her injury, she had absorbed many people's vital energies and even slept with Mo Langshuan several times. However, perhaps because she'd absorbed vital energy from too many people, her spiritual energy had become motley. From time to time, it would even lash back at her. However, she had no other choice. Cultivation was the only thing she could use to protect herself. After being injured several times by modern weapons, Ling Zhu didn't dare to underestimate modern science and technology anymore. In the past, because she didn't pay attention to these things, she got injured by gun welding trash. Things only started going bad after she encountered Lin Jiajia. She had to make it so this woman couldn't stay in the school any longer. When Ning Shu saw the way Ling Zhu looked, like a little wife that had been mistreated, she suddenly felt the urge to pull out her gun and just shoot her through the head. However, after considering it, she dropped the idea. She couldn't allow this body to shoulder the crime of murder. Scram! Ning Shu pushed aside Ling Zhu, who was blocking her way. Ling Zhu staggered and almost fell. She looked extremely weak, making Ning Shu seem, in contrast, extremely domineering. Shit! She must have gotten so used to acting that it's become a habit. Ning Shu really felt unused to seeing Ling Zhu act like this. Female lead Sama, what happened to your awesomeness? How could you suddenly change styles? What are people supposed to do? The moment Ning Shu left the classroom, she scampered off towards the nurse office. She saw that the school doctor was currently wearing his glasses and patiently explaining the menstrual cycle to a female student as that female student listened with a bashful expression. Ning Shu seemed to see a white light shoot out of the school doctor's eyes. Ning Shu sincerely felt cold sweat for that student. If these female students knew that this school doctor was actually a pervert who tended to pull out his gun and shoot people, whenever he felt like it, they would probably never appear in front of the school doctor uncle again. The school doctor uncle glanced at Ning Shu and said, "What is it? It's not even dark yet. You're already here to sleep in my office?" "No, Ling Zhu has come to class," said Ning Shu. The school doctor uncle gave an unconcerned "oh" in reply. Looking at Ning Shu's dumb expression, he said, "This is the school. It couldn't be that you want me to do something to her in the school?" Ning Shu really didn't want to talk to this person right now at all. There was seriously no way to communicate. What she meant was, Ling Zhu has come to class. Her days were going to get tough. Ning Shu left the nurse office and returned to the classroom. She saw that Ling Zhu's seat was surrounded by people, both male and female. The ones that stood out most were the three school princes. The moment Ning Shu entered the classroom, everyone's gaze shot towards her. As she walked towards her seat, she saw that Ling Zhu was currently lying on the desk, ignoring everyone's attempts to console her. It caused Ling Ao's heart to ache. When he saw that Ning Shu was acting as if nothing had happened, he extended his leg and kicked over the three-legged desk Ning Shu had just lifted up. Shit! Why the hell do they always take things out on her desk? Her desk only had 3 legs left. It was already really pitiful. Ning Shu lifted her head and looked at Ling Ao indifferently. Ling Ao felt a little apprehensive upon seeing her gaze. Immediately afterwards, though, anger bubbled forth. He had actually been intimidated by a lower-class person's gaze, and it was even that of a girl's. I've already told you multiple times not to bully Ling Zhu, and that I would make you beg for death if you did. Ling Ao's facial color was a bit twisted as he forced his embarrassment into anger. It was clear that he felt ashamed of being intimidated by Ning Shu's gaze just now. Encountering an idiot like you already made people want to beg to death. If it weren't for the task, she really wouldn't even want to look at him. Hey, this daddy is talking to you. What kind of attitude is that? Ling Ao felt that Ning Shu's gaze seemed to contain puzzlement and disdain when she looked at him. This lower-class person actually dared to look at him with disdain. What right, what status did she have? To Did she really understand her situation? She was simply an orphan. Ning Shu seriously felt speechless as she took in Ling Ao's shuni manner. She looked at her desk, which had been kicked to the ground, and felt that it really looked pitiful. Lang Wo looked at Ning Shu coldly. Apologize to Ling Zhu or I'll make it so you die tragically. Do you still want to stay in this school? I can get you kicked out of this school with a single sentence. Ning Shu silently looked up and said mildly, "Stand the desk up for me." What did you say? An incredulous expression appeared on Ling Ao's face. You ordered me to stand the desk up for you. Have you gone crazy? You must be crazy. Stand the desk up for me, repeated Ning Shu indifferently. You've probably gone insane from heartbreak? Ling Yol looked at Ning Shu incredulously as if he was looking at a nutjob. Do you know who I am? Ning Shu had heard this sentence so much she practically had blisters in her eardrums from hearing it. He spoke of himself like he was a god that couldn't tolerate a single insult. Stand the desk up for me. The people around who were watching the liveliness all felt that there was something wrong with Ning Shu's brain. She actually dared to treat Prince Ling like this. The surrounding girls glared at Ning Shu. All of them were condemning her for being impolite towards Prince Ling. Ling O took a deep breath and cracked his knuckles. He stretched his neck a little, then said in an arrogant manner, I've said before that I don't hit women, but you're currently an exception. You should feel honored that I'm breaking my vow for you. Ning Shu, what was with that narcissism? And how much longer are you planning to keep talking by yourself? Ning Shu got up and reached Ling O with a few steps. As Ling watched with confusion, she swiftly grabbed him and did a shoulder throw. Wow. Wah. Ah. The people around cried out in alarm as they stared blankly at Ling Ah, who was lying on the ground. Ling Ah pressed his hand against his lower back as he stared at Ning Shu disbelievingly. He still couldn't snap out of it even now. Since childhood, he had always been supported by everyone around. This was the first time he had ever been treated this way. Ling Zhu also looked at Ning Shu with an incredulous expression. Then she looked at Ling Ah, who was lying on the ground, and hastily helped him up. Ling Omo now hated Ning Shu to the bone since she had caused him to embarrass himself in front of the person he liked. He had actually been thrown over the shoulder by a girl in front of everyone. This was practically an act of throwing his dignity on the ground and stomping on it. Everyone's shocked expressions stabbed Ling Ao like knives. The embarrassment, fury, and hatred made Ling Ao itch to rip Ning Shu apart. Ning Shu's expression was unperturbed, but inwardly she was very depressed. Fudge. She almost sprained her waist. As expected, throwing a man over her shoulder was much harder than throwing a woman. You're seeking death. Ling Ao sent a punch towards Ning Shu's face. That punch was thrown with all his strength. There was no way Ning Shu would immediately stand still and allow someone to hit her. She dodged, then kicked Ling Ao's knee hard. Ling Ah, in front of everyone, fell to a kneel on the ground. Ning Shu was seriously fed up with Ling Ao, so she took advantage of this opportunity while he was on the ground to send a kick towards his butt, causing him to fall forward in a dog-eat-shit posture. Ling Ao. Who could come tell him what exactly was happening? Ling Ao's brain was currently completely blank. He wished that he was invisible so that no one could see his current predicament. He swore to make this crazy woman pay. Ling Zhu felt that this woman had seriously gone crazy. These actions of her were practically acts of courting death. However, the sooner this girl got kicked out of Ace Academy, the better it was for her. Ling Zhu felt that this girl named Lin Jiajia could go die now. Once she was out of the school, she should just wait for death. Ling Ao was helped up by someone. His facial color was bad, and he looked at Ning Shu with a very dark expression in his eyes. He spat words out from between gritted teeth. Lowly woman, you've successfully irked me. Ning Shu didn't bother to pay attention to him and moved to pick her desk up. She had plenty of matters to deal with. She didn't have the time to pay attention to some damned prince that lived in his own world. Ling Ao was so ticked off by Ning Shu's attitude that he almost exploded. However, he knew that he had fallen in a disadvantageous position today, and dragging this on would simply make it worse. Thus, He lifted his chin arrogantly and walked past in front of Ning Shu, sweeping up a gust of cold wind that caused a person's heart to chill. Ning Shu knew that she had offended Ling Ao, but she didn't care. All her attention was focused on Ling Zhu. She couldn't understand what Ling Zhu was planning. Why did she suddenly change from a queen to a little white lotus? What exactly was she trying to do? Ning Shu rubbed the gun at her waist as she looked at Ling Zhu, who was in front of her. In the following days, Ling Zhu targeted Ning Shu even more, making her days in the school increasingly miserable. Ling Zhu had thought that Ning Shu would be forced to leave the school. However, unexpectedly, she actually seemed to have taken root in the school. She spent all her days at school, even eating, drinking, shitting, and pissing here. Ling Zhu inwardly cursed Ning Shu for having such thick skin. Luckily, there was an ample amount of spiritual energy in her body now. However, though there was an ample amount, it was too motley with too many impurities due to the fact that she had absorbed vital energy from too many people. Sometimes, it would take her a lot of effort to use the spiritual energy. It felt as if the energy didn't truly belong to her. However, Ling Zhu didn't know how to purify this spiritual energy to get rid of the mixed impurities. At the same time, she can no longer stop absorbing people's vital energies. There was seriously too little spiritual energy in this world. It was sparse to the point it made people's balls hurt. Right now, Ling Zhu felt like it was really a pain in the ass. How did the humans mess the world up like this? After Lang Ao's dignity suffered a hit at Ning Shu's hands last time, he vowed to get even. So afterwards, Lang Ao, a grown man, actually came to bother Ning Shu every day and fight with her. Ning Shu didn't bother to be courteous towards a sandbag that sent himself to her door. She made full use of it to train her combat skills. At the very start, Ning Shu still found it a bit difficult. After all, she was a woman. It was obviously difficult for her to fight Lang Ao, who was 1.9 meters. After repeatedly losing face in front of Ning Shu, Lang Ao felt very frustrated and insisted on recovering his dignity. He, a man, had actually gotten beaten by a woman. Moreover, this woman was getting fiercer and fiercer. All the people in Ace had gotten used to it. They've gotten used to Lang Ao looking for that lower-class person every day to bother her, then getting beaten by that lower-class woman. After losing, Prince Lang would refuse to accept the result and would come to bother her again the next day. Ning Shu didn't he have the feelings of adoration and reverence towards Lang Ao that the original host, Lin Jiajia, did? If he came to bother her, she didn't bother to be polite at all. Ling Zhu really didn't like the fact that Lang Ao went to find Ning Shu every day. She pulled Lang Ao, who was rushing angrily to find Ning Shu yet again, and said, "Wouldn't it be resolved if you just expel her? There's already rumors going around since you look for her every day. They say you two are currently displaying mutual affection." Mutual affection? What? Lang Ao didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He looked at Ling Zhu and said resolutely, "I'm doing this for you, to get revenge for you." Expelling her is seriously letting her off too easily. Ling Zhu felt very unhappy as she watched Lang Ao rush off to bother Lin Jiajia yet again. In the past, she was the only one in his heart. But now Lang Ao was actually fixating his gaze on Lin Jiajia, that aunt. No matter what, this wasn't a good sign. Ling Zhu went to look for the other two princes. She currently had an urgent need for human vital energy, and these two princes have always liked to follow her. Why should she reject sources of vital energy that sent themselves to her door? On the other hand, Lang Ao had found Ning Shu. Ning Shu was currently doing her best to focus on her studies. Even though it was difficult, she was still trying her best to learn. Lang Ao walked over quietly to kick over her desk. But just as he was extending his leg, Ning Shu kicked his knee. Lang A inwardly gave a cold laugh, so she was already on guard. He immediately dodged Ning Shu's attack. After suffering so many losses, did this woman really think he would fall for it again? She was looking down on him too much. Lately, he'd been working really hard to improve his hand-to-hand combat skills. There was no reason for him to lose again at a girl's hands. Ning Shu seized the opportunity and grabbed Lang A's arm to throw him over her shoulder again. Lang A was furious as he lay on the ground. Was this woman a giant? How could she have such strength? Ning Shu dusted off her hands as she looked down at Ling O. I'm telling you, don't provoke me. Ling O took in the indifferent expression on Ning Shu's face. He didn't seem to matter at all to her. In her eyes, he seemed of completely no consequence. Why was she so calm facing him? Her eyes completely lacked the adoration he would see in other girls' eyes. Lang Yue thought back to the past. Before, Lin Jiajia was always following him around with lingering love in her eyes. However, now there was nothing in her eyes. Ling Ao didn't know what he was feeling. He could sense that this girl was very indifferent towards him. She was so indifferent that it chilled one's bones. Ning Shu was too lazy to care about what Ling Ao was thinking. Even if she had known, all she would do was stick up her middle finger. All of these people were just morons, complete morons. Lang Ao dusted himself off and lifted his chin arrogantly. I've said so before, don't bother Ling Zhu or I'll make you pay. Ning Shu. He must be mentally ill and quite severely ill at that. She didn't even have time to go harass Ling Zhu. On the contrary, it was this Lang Ao that kept coming to bother her in order to redeem himself. The one who keeps hovering around me like a mosquito is you? It couldn't be that you've fallen in love with me? That's why you keep coming here to bother me. Is it because it's hard to confess? That's why you're using this method in order to get close to me? Ning Shu was simply blabbering some nonsense because she was seriously annoyed that Ling Ao kept coming to bother her. She really wanted to focus on her studies, alright? Ace Academy seriously had a lot of courses and taught a lot of knowledge. Ning Shu was trying to soak up this knowledge like a sponge. Every little additional bit of knowledge was good. Even if she couldn't understand it now, she would be able to understand it in the future. However, when Ling Ao heard what she said, he reacted as exaggeratedly as if he had gotten stung by a scorpion. He started laughing as if he heard something insulting and outrageous. His finger even trembled as he pointed at Ning Shu. I like you. How could I to you? Look at you. What part of you could I possibly like? Your strength is even greater than that of men, and you're this ugly. Lin Jiajia, you're seriously having a huge daydream. How could I possibly like you? There's no way I'd like you. There'd be a bigger chance of me falling in love with a dog than with you. Ning Shu, what are you getting so stirred up for? Fool, Ling Ao was very stirred up, but Ning Shu's expression was very indifferent, as if she hadn't heard what he said at all. Upon noticing that, Lang Ao felt slightly depressed. Ning Shu was too lazy to pay attention to this nut job. Picking up her book, she headed to look for the school doctor. She had discovered a huge secret, and that was that the school doctor was seriously very educated. He seriously knew everything. Ning Shu had asked him about a lot of things, and although the school doctor would exhibit annoyance each time, he'd still explain them to her. Hey, I'm talking to you. Where are you going? Hey, Lin Jiajia. Lang Ao grabbed Ning Shu's arm. However, immediately afterwards, he flung it away as if it was something disgusting. Ning Shu, are you sick? If you're sick, you should go to see a doctor. Ning Shu started walking towards the nurse office. Lang Ao followed her, prattling on the entire time, making her very irritated. Ning Shu stopped walking and lifted her head to look at Lang Ao. What exactly do you want? Why are you following me? Lang Ao was made a little uncomfortable by Ning Shu's gaze, and he shouted loudly to mask it. Who's following you? Does this path belong to your family? Are you the only one allowed to walk on it? I just happen to be walking this way too, what of it? Lin Jiajia, I'm telling you, don't you dare think that there's any other meanings. Ning Shu, I didn't think anything though. Lang Ao glanced at her and saw that her expression was still indifferent. It was as if nothing could enter her eyes. Suddenly, Ning Shu stopped. Lang Ao, who was walking behind her, bumped into her. He gave a cold scoff and said, Why'd you stop? Shut up, said Ning Shu in a low voice as she pulled Lang Ao down to crouch beneath the window. Lang A originally wanted to fling off Ning Shu's hand, but when he saw her serious expression, he lowered his voice as well and asked, What? Don't talk. Ning Shu lifted her head slightly and looked through the window into the room. It was a storage room that contained a lot of sports equipment. There were currently 3 people inside the room. It was happening again. Ning Shu observed the situation inside the room. It was Ling Zhu and the other 2 princes. Ling Zhu's clothes were fluttering with invisible wind. The 2 men on the soft mat had dazed expressions, and their faces were pale. What happened to Yi Fei and Fei Yang? What are they doing? Ling Ao's facial color was very poor. The fact that Ling Zhu was alone with his 2 friends made him feel very uncomfortable. He knew that his friends had favorable opinions of Ling Zhu, but now the 2 were together with Ling Zhu behind his back. In Ling Ao's heart, Ling Zhu was already his woman.
Ling Ao stood up and made to rush into the room, but Ning Shu hastily stopped him.
Ling Ao stood up and made to rush into the room, but Ning Shu hastily stopped him. Ling Ao said in a low growl, "Let go, I'm going in there." Ning Shu really just wanted to wrap this guy in the head, but was worried that it'd catch the attentions of the people inside. She moved near Ling Ao's ear and said, "Keep calm, don't be impatient." Ling Ao stiffened when he felt the warmth hit his ear. He felt numb as goosebumps rose all over his body and was too stunned to move. Ning Shu looked into the room again. She was sure Ling Zhu was using some sort of sorcery due to how pale the 2 princes were. Inside the room, Ling Zhu had already finished. She looked at the 2 men again, then started touching them sensually. Afterwards, she started taking off her clothes. Surprise and excitement immediately appeared on the 2 princes' faces, and they quickly pulled off their clothes as well. Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned around and glanced at Ling Luo.
He looked as if he had been struck by lightning.
Ling Zhu's skin was white as snow. She had curves in all the right places, and her legs were straight and well-shaped. Yi Fei and Fei Yang, who were facing her, immediately got excited. Their symbols of manhood stood straight up. Ning Shu. So the female lead was about to tumble with people in broad daylight? 3 people. It was 3 people. How was Ling Zhu so energetic? Ning Shu watched the live playing out of the Crown Prince's chambers. This was already the 2nd time she saw Ling Zhu tumble with someone. As the bodies inside entangled together, charming sounds of rapture drifted out. Ning Shu watched fixatedly. A hardcore scene like this was hard to come by. Ling Zhu's eyes were glazed as the 2 men touched her body worshippingly. The aloof Ling Zhu, the inviolable Ling Zhu, how could she be like this? Ning Shu remembered that in the storyline, Mo Lenshuan was Ling Zhu's only man, yet right now she was actually playing with something this hardcore. Ning Shu blinked, sensing that the breathing of the person behind her was becoming increasingly rushed. She turned around and saw that Ling Ao's body was reacting. However, his eyes were filled with fury as countless emotions flashed across his face. It was just that this scene was too stimulating. Ling Ao's body was involuntarily becoming excited. Embarrassment, excitement, disappointment, these numerous emotions were almost about to make Ling Ao's heart explode. Ning Shu suddenly saw hope for completing the task of saving this Prince Ling and making it so that he would no longer be deceived by Ling Zhu. Now that Ling Ao had seen Ling Zhu like this, and saw that she was even doing it with more than one man, it should be enough to crush his illusions, right? Then she saw how Ling Ao was practically on the brink of erupting like a volcano and backtracked. Wait, no, this guy couldn't handle any more stimulation. Ning Shu hastily grabbed Ling Ao and made to run. However, Ling Ao acted as if his feet were nailed to the ground and refused to move. He stared at the scene inside the room, the sounds still lingering in his ears. If it weren't for the fact that this wasn't a good time, Ning Shu would have cuffed him a couple times to wake him up. She had to exert a huge amount of effort in order to drag him away. Ning Shu only released him once they reached the lawn of the flower garden. Ling Ao's face was deathly pale. He turned and made to head back to the storage room, but Ning Shu blocked his way. What use is there for you to go back like this? I have to know why she betrayed me. Why? Ling Ao howled softly, looking like he was both going mad and suffering intensely. He looked as desolate and resentful as if the entire world had betrayed him. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. Wasn't he a little too much of a narcissist? Ling Zhu doesn't have a single thing to do with you. Everything was just your own subjective beliefs. However, it was also Ling Zu's ambiguous words that gave Lang Ao this misperception. Lang Ao felt as if the world was crashing down on him. He was extremely furious and embarrassed. Even when he looked at Ning Shu, his gaze contained resentment. However, with the reality right in front of him, no matter how he explained things for Ling Zu, he couldn't change what happened just now. You should calm down first. Since Ning Shu felt like there was hope for completing the task, her attitude towards Lang Ao improved by a tad bit. Of course, it was just a tad bit. It still couldn't change the fact that Ning Shu disliked Lang Ao. When Ning Shu saw Lang Ao this miserable, her heart filled with delight at seeing his suffering. Youth, Feng deserve it. Hit 32 likes. Ning Shu suppressed her urge to burst out laughing and consoled Lang Ao. It's good that you found out now. You're Prince Lang, you come from a family with noble background and have such handsome looks. Don't become so dumb. Sad just because of a woman. All Ning Shu felt in her heart was glee as she watched Lang Ao kneel on the floor and punch the grass. She curled her lips in contempt. What was so impressive about hammering the grass? If you had the guts, then go hammer the cement road. Lang Ao vented for a long time before he lay down on the grass. Ning Shu sat next to him without speaking. She saw that Lang Ao's eyelashes were wet. He was probably truly hurt. Ling Zu really didn't wow her good fortune. She had such an outstanding, self-important boy who loved her so sincerely. Yet she didn't pay attention to it at all and casually trampled his emotions. What are you looking at, damned woman? Lang Ao climbed out from the ground and looked down on Ning Shu with his chin tilted up arrogantly. Ning Shu was speechless. Ignoring him, she picked up her books and went to find the school doctor. Lang Ao's expression was very unnatural, probably because she had seen his embarrassing side. As he looked at her, his eyes contained a fierceness as if he wanted to kill her to silence her. Hey, woman, where are you going? Lang Ao followed behind Ning Shu. When she completely ignored him, he felt very awkward. On one hand, it was because of the fact that she had seen an embarrassing side of him. On the other hand, it was because this woman didn't bother to even comfort him after something like this had happened. This woman was seriously heartless. Hey, woman, I'm talking to you, said Lang Ao in a low voice. Ning Shu, what's with woman, this cool way of calling her? Can you stop following me? Ning Shu turned around and faced him. Just go look for your Ling Zu. Are you mocking me? Lang Ao lifted his fist, his eyes bloodshot. Forget it, I don't hit women. He lowered his fist again. He doesn't hit women. Ning Shu laughed coldly. Who was it that came to pick a fight with her every day? Ning Shu walked into the nurse office and saw that the school doctor was currently filing his nails in an alluring manner. Upon seeing this, Ning Shu's mouth twitched. When Lang Ao followed her in and saw the school doctor, hostility immediately emerged in his heart. He questioned Ning Shu in an interrogative manner. Who is he? Are you mentally ill? Don't you see that he's wearing a white coat? He's the school doctor, sneered Ning Shu without a trace of politeness. I'm asking what relationship you have with him. Tisk tsk. Lin Jiajia, who would have expected that you like older men? Lang Ao jeered. He sized the school doctor up. The more he looked, the more uncomfortable his heart felt. He's nothing but an old man. TCH. Only old men have good assets. Hadn't Ling Zu also not taken a fancy to you? She took a fancy to Mo Lingshuan, that old man, rather than to a little brat like you. The school doctor put down his nail file, adjusted his glasses, then looked towards Lang Ao as he asked Ning Shu, Your man? Before Ning Shu could even retort, Lang Ao jumped up as if he had stepped on a nail and refuted, How could I possibly be her man? She's so ugly. Even if I went blind, I wouldn't fall for this kind of woman. The school doctor looked at Lang Ao very indifferently. See, this was the difference between a mature man and a childish boy. Tisk tsk. The school doctor only glanced briefly at Lang Ao before he turned towards Ning Shu. Why are you looking for me again? I'm telling you, lately, I've been in a bad mood. Don't come bother me. I need to tell you something. Make sure to be prepared. Ning Shu really wanted to see what expression the school doctor would have when he found out that Ling Zhu was playing with 3P. What are you still standing here for? The school doctor swept a glance at Ling Jiajia. Ling Jiajia gave a cold humph. You think I want to be here? He glanced at Ning Shu, then turned and left. Only then did Ning Shu look towards the school doctor with a sly smile and draw close to his ear to speak. The school doctor jabbed Ning Shu's forehead and pushed her head away. If you're going to talk, just talk. What do you have to get so close for? Aren't you curious at all about what I want to tell you? Ning Shu looked at the school doctor excitedly as she imagined what his expression would be like once he found out. The school doctor lifted his brows as he looked at Ning Shu. How boring. This indifferent attitude completely crushed a person's desire to gossip. Ling Zhu and the two princes are having a 3P. They're in the storage room right now. Should we? The school doctor stood up and looked at Ning Shu with disgust. How could you have such heavy tastes to enjoy watching this kind of thing? Do you have any sense of shame? Ning Shu. Please, the main point was Ling Zhu, alright? Why didn't he attack Ling Zhu's messy way of living? If he wanted to talk about someone being shameless, it should be about Ling Zhu. Where are you going now? Ning Shu saw that the school doctor uncle had left the nurse office, so she hastily followed after him. He seemed to be heading in the direction of the storage room. Uncle, you want to go see too? Uncle, I know that in your heart you really do care. Ning Shu went on as she walked next to the school doctor. Shut up! The school doctor lifted his white coat and pulled out a gun with an unusual shape. Ning Shu cried in alarm. Uncle, calm down, calm down. You couldn't be thinking of killing someone while we're still in school, right? I know that Ling Zhu's actions have hurt you, but you must calm down. Calm down. Upon seeing the school doctor uncle like this, Ning Shu's first thought was that he was off to kill the people committing adultery. Shut up. The school doctor uncle practically could not tolerate Ning Shu anymore. Keep making noise and I'll shoot you. Ning Shu lifted her hands. Alright, I won't say any more. When they got to the storage room and heard the sounds coming from inside, the only thing Ning Shu wanted to say was that they had really impressive combat strength, to still be tumbling even now. The school doctor crouched down beneath the window and looked in, then revealed a faint smile. This scene of the smile combined with the gun he was holding caused Ning Shu's heart to chill. She took this to be a sign that the school doctor uncle had gone insane from the harsh hit. Aren't we going to rush in to catch them in the act? Whispered Ning Shu. That was how things went in all the TV shows and palace battle stories. I've said so already. If you're going to talk, just talk. Don't lean so close. Intimidating snow-white light shot out from the school doctor uncle's glasses. Ning Shu silently retreated backwards a couple steps. As she watched in amazed silence, the school doctor uncle quietly picked the lock and opened the door. Uncle, please accept my integrity and Miss Neal. Uncle, you're so awesome. Did the female lead know? If you just showed some of your abilities to Ling Zhu, she would definitely become dead set on you. Ning Shu watched as the school doctor uncle entered, then stayed at the door to keep watch for him. It was a very strange sensation. She waited for quite a while. There weren't any more sounds coming from inside. She couldn't help but wonder dirtily whether the uncle had joined the ranks of the P. Uncle, you must hold on to some moral integrity. After a good while, the school doctor came out with an unconscious Ling Zhu slung over his shoulder. At this time, Ling Zhu was already dressed. What was this? Ning Shu was dumbfounded. When she walked inside, she saw that the two men were currently lying naked on the mat, without a single piece of cloth to cover them up. Ning Shu immediately left the storage room and asked the school doctor uncle, Uncle, what's going on? The school doctor glanced at Ning Shu mildly. Then, probably because he felt like this thing was too heavy to carry on his shoulder, lowered Ling Zhu into a princess carry. It was truly a beautiful picture. Ning Shu jogged behind the school doctor. When they got to the nurse office, the school doctor uncle hastily pressed something on the wall, and a secret passageway immediately appeared. Ning Shu. Why was there a secret passage? was walking in a secret passageway faster than a car. It wasn't logical at all. Ning Shu thought for a moment, then followed the school doctor in. The nurse office immediately returned to its earlier stillness, as if the secret passageway that had appeared earlier was just a trick of the eyes. The school doctor uncle walked very fast while carrying Ling Zhu. It was as if he was simply carrying a weightless feather. Meanwhile, behind him, Ning Shu was panting as she ran. After an unknown amount of time, when Ning Shu felt like her legs were about to break, they finally reached their destination. The school doctor uncle pushed open a door in front of them, and light immediately lit up the passageway. Ning Shu shielded her eyes with her hand reflexively, then looked past the door. She stared blankly at the interior of the room. It was an extremely clean laboratory with all kinds of equipment refracting very cold light. There was not a single person in this large laboratory. It was so quiet that every footstep made an echo. Ning Shu suddenly realized that she might have come to some seriously dangerous place. She looked around and saw that there were all sorts of specimens around, such as immersed organs and jars. The color of a certain kidney was already yellow. It had probably already been preserved for a long time. Ning Shu was starting to become queasy. She didn't dare to look at the specimens on the shelves anymore and followed after the school doctor. Then she saw the school doctor uncle place Ling Zhu on an operating table and secure her limbs to the table with iron cuffs. You! Uncle, what are you planning to do? Ning Shu's teeth were chattering. The school doctor uncle smiled towards Ning Shu, revealing his white teeth as white light reflected off his glasses. He looked like the definition of a pervert. Nothing much. I just shot her with anesthesia. That's why she's asleep, said the school doctor uncle. You're welcome to casually stroll around this lab. Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you, my main profession is actually studying genes. And I prefer dissecting people. Fuck. He was actually a dissection expert. Ning Shu pointed at Ling Zhu. You want to dissect her? I said so before that I needed her. The reason I need her is because I want to figure out why she can cultivate. Could it be because she had activated an advanced gene in the human body? The school doctor looking at Ling Zhu, who was on the operating table, and reached out to stroke her face. There are too many genes in the human body that haven't been activated. A lot of advanced genes, due to the environment's influence, ended up concealing the presence of the unneeded and unactivated genes. This woman has such great powers. It's probably due to some advanced genes. Uncle, don't you read novels? Only people with spiritual roots can cultivate. Ning Shu couldn't help but throw out this comment. Spiritual root. In my opinion, everything in the body can be explained by genes. The school doctor's eyes glowed as he looked at Ling. Zhu, can't spiritual roots be transplanted? Perhaps the spiritual root is simply a fragment of an advanced gene, and the point of cultivation is to activate the other advanced genes in the body and increase the body as essential fundamental quality. Ning Shu listened as the school doctor uncle rambled on a great deal about things she couldn't understand at all. No wonder all those intimidating people in the shooting range feared him and gave him the nickname of Psycho. He really was a psycho. Uncle, I want to go back now. How do I get back? Asked Ning Shu. Do I use the same path? Ning Shu now regretted provoking this person a little. This uncle had probably set his sights on Ling Zhu a long time ago and had been trying to get his hands on her in order to dissect her this whole time. Lord, it was too scary. Uncle, it couldn't be that you want to dissect me as well? Ning Shu looked at the school doctor uncle warily. Uncle, you can't dissect me, Ning Shu looked towards the school doctor with glimmering tears in her eyes. The school doctor uncle used medical scissors to swiftly cut off Ling Zhu's clothes. Was he about to operate on Ling Zhu? It was very beautiful. Even Ning Shu, this woman, felt tempted by this scene. Could the school doctor uncle really bear to cut open such a beautiful girl? The school doctor uncle's hand didn't even pause when he heard what Ning Shu said. He didn't seem to have any feelings towards the body on the operation table either. He simply glanced at Ning Shu with disdain and said, You're not even worthy to be touched by my scissors. Your genes are genes that obstruct the development of the human race. The most direct way to observe that is by your face. You're so ugly. Your genes definitely aren't any better. Ning Shu, wasn't this just a roundabout way to ridicule her for being ugly? Ling Zu's long eyelashes fluttered. She seemed about to wake up. The school doctor uncle sat down next to the operating table to wait for her to wake up. When Ling Zhu woke up, she was immediately blinded by the cold, eye-piercing light above her. Her eyes only adjusted after a while. What was this place? Ling Zhu tried to move her hands, but found that she couldn't. She'd been shackled to an operating table. She tried to struggle free, but found that there was no strength in her body. She tried to revolve the spiritual energy in her danshan in order to struggle free from these inch-thick iron cuffs. You're awake. The school doctor uncle looked at Ling Zhu. Ling Zhu was startled by this sudden sound. She looked towards the school doctor. He was wearing a large white coat that made him look very tall and slender. Hurry up and let me go, otherwise I swear I'll make you die painfully, shouted Ling Zhu. However, her shout didn't sound imposing at all. On the contrary, it sounded tender and weak, and extremely charming. Ning Shu watched from the side. As she looked at the scene and took in this voice, she felt that if she was a man, she probably would have already let her go. This Ling Zhu truly was beautiful. Indeed, in comparison with Ling Zhu, this body couldn't count as pretty. Ning Shu glanced at the school doctor uncle who was adjusting his glasses and asked cautiously, "Uncle, should I head out first?" When Ling Zhu saw Ning Shu, she became even more stirred up and glared at her with fierce hatred in her eyes. When Ning Shu saw Ling Zhu's gaze, all she could respond with was, "Ha, ha." It was clearly the school doctor uncle that had kidnapped her. Why was she looking at her with such a malicious glare? She was so tolerant towards men, but so harsh towards women. Why did Ling Zhu hate her so much? There was no point. The school doctor uncle put down the scissors, then picked up a scalpel. The scalpel flashed coldly beneath the lights of the operating table. Ling Zhu had a bad feeling. She tried her best to struggle free from the cuffs, but couldn't. She couldn't get out of them even with the help of spiritual energy. All she could do was concentrate the spiritual energy and start cutting away at the cuffs bit by bit. Ning Shu felt that she shouldn't stay here any longer. It was probably best if she didn't stay for the following events. Ling Zhu couldn't help but feel terrified when she saw the blade approach. Fear emerged in her eyes, and her gaze blurred with tears. From the looks of it, she was trying to implore the school doctor uncle to change his mind. Ning Shu gulped. The scene was truly so beautiful that even she was tempted to reach over and touch. She shook her head. What was she thinking? Ling Zhu's charm was seriously too strong. The school doctor narrowed his eyes, then moved rapidly to cut the tendons in Ling Zhu's hands and feet. Ling Zhu convulsed from the pain. Her eyes widened as she looked at the school doctor uncle disbelievingly, and she bit down on her lips so hard they were about to bleed. How could he? How dare he cut her meridians? How could he? Now that her meridians were ruined, how was she supposed to use spiritual energy? Only now did true fear flood Ling Zhu's heart. Her gaze filled with vivid terror and resentment as she looked at the school doctor uncle. Ning Shu also stared blankly at the school doctor uncle for a while before she looked back at Ling Zhu's arm. Not a single drop of blood spilled out from the place the school doctor uncle had stabbed the scalpel. It was clear that the cut had been very precise. The school doctor uncle was expressionless, as if it wasn't he a beauty in front of him, but simply a dead object that was waiting to be dissected. Ling Zhu and Ning Shu simultaneously felt a chill. In addition to the chill, Ling Zhu felt uncontrollable fear. She had a premonition that her life was going to end this place. Moreover, she would have to keep waiting every day, in fear of the unknown day when her life would end. How could this be possible? She was the one and only cultivator in this world. She stood at the top of this world. She was a god-like existence. Yet she was to be trapped in this laboratory, never to even see the light of day again. It wasn't possible, it couldn't be. Ling Zhu refused to resign to this, but the moment she tried to move her hand, her limbs turned weak from pain. The spiritual energy that flowed in her body was forced to a stop at this place. She felt so much hate. Ning Shu sighed in relief. She had never imagined that this was how she would end up completing her task. The aloof and remote Ling Zhu actually became a test subject for the school doctor uncle to research genes. She glanced at Ling Zhu, then said to the school doctor uncle, "Uncle, I'll head back now. I'll walk you back." The school doctor uncle put the scalpel into the tray, then took off his gloves. Ning Shu felt a little overwhelmed by this favor from a superior and immediately asked, "Uncle, you couldn't be planning to kill in order to silence, right?" The school doctor uncle paused and rubbed his chin in a contemplating manner. "That's a good idea. Uncle, I was just kidding, don't take it seriously." "Uncle, I don't know anything." Ning Shu was practically about to hug the school doctor uncle's leg to beg for mercy. "Enough, let's go. Forget everything that happened today," said the school doctor uncle mildly. Afterwards, Ning Shu felt as if her legs were about to break from walking again. When they finally reached the nurse office, Ning Shu took a deep breath and finally felt more at ease. That cold laboratory was seriously too stifling. "Uncle, how do you plan to deal with Ling Zhu?" asked Ning Shu carefully. The school doctor uncle's expression turned cold. "There's no need for you to mind this. The department had long already noticed this woman's abnormality. This is an upper-level matter. It has nothing to do with you. Why, it was actually related to a higher-up organization." Then the school doctor uncle was a person from that organization. Indeed, it wasn't something that she should know about. Ning Shu sneakily moved closer, and the school doctor uncle immediately jabbed her forward with a finger as he said, "If you want to speak, just speak. Just speak. Don't get so close. Uncle, you're seriously too amazing. I worship you so much. My respect is unending like torrential river water." Ning Shu proceeded to flatter him like crazy. "If you want to talk, then just talk. Why act so disgusting?" The school doctor uncle dusted off his white coat. He insisted on patting at it, though there was no dust on it. He was probably a bit OCD. "Talk, what exactly do you want to ask me?" said the school doctor uncle indifferently. Now Ning Shu really felt like worshipping the school doctor uncle. "Uncle, you seriously are too amazing. I so worship you." The school doctor uncle closed his fingers in an enough gesture, and Ning Shu immediately shut her mouth. "Uncle, can you help me investigate who my birth parents are?" Ning Shu found that the tasks of this world had become so much easier after she met this uncle. "Uncle, you have such a thick thigh." She had to hug it more. The school doctor uncle's eyelids jumped, and he looked at Ning Shu with an unreadable gaze. Ning Shu's heart started jumping frantically under his stare. She waved her hand and said, "Never mind, you don't have to help me find my parents. My genes suck. Don't research my genes." The school doctor uncle took in her reaction, dusked in disgust. "Look at how disappointing you are. How could you be so scared? For better or for worse, you should maintain a bit of the integrity and reserved manner of girls." Ning Shu curled her lips. Without absolute strength, dignity and integrity were just fart. "Got it. I'll remember about this. And you can scram now." The school doctor dusted off his coat again. There clearly wasn't anything on it, yet the uncle just kept patting at it. His OCD was seriously severe. Ning Shu said, "Oh," then obediently scampered off. She had just entered the classroom when somebody grabbed her by her arm and dragged her out. Ning Shu shook off Lang Yao's hand and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Lang Ya looked at her. He was angered by her attitude to the point his nostrils flared, but he suppressed it and asked, "Where did you go?" "I couldn't find you anywhere." "Do you know where Ling Zhu went?" "How would I know? It's not like I'm Ling Zhu's personal maid and follower all the time," replied Ning Shu indifferently as she looked at Lang Yao's distorted expression. His eyes contained hints of grief, anger, resentment, envy. In short, a lot of emotions. It was seriously hard to describe, very hard to describe. Ning Shu felt that this idiot had already been driven crazy by Ling Zhu. Taking into consideration how pitiful this guy was, Ning Shu enthusiastically mocked him. "Please, the person, Ling Zhu, doesn't care about you at all. So why are you still acting like this?" So much hidden bitterness? You're acting like a total girl. You. Lang Ah was so angry that his hand shook as he pointed at Ning Shu. You damned woman. Then he turned and left. Ling Zhu's disappearance had a huge effect on Ace Academy. In reality, it was because Ling Zhu was too well known. People would notice when Ling Zhu, who was known as the goddess, simply came to school a little late. So everyone inevitably noticed when she didn't come to school several days in a row. When more time passed and Ling Zhu still didn't come to school, rumors started flying around. Some people said that Ling Zhu went missing, some people said that she had been murdered, but even more people spread rumors that she was working at a bar. In any case, there were all sorts of rumors going around. Everyone had diverse opinions because there was always a mysterious flavor surrounding rumors about a beautiful girl. Ning Shu turned a deaf ear towards those rumors since her task was to simply make the aloof Ling Zhu fall into the dirt. The missing Ling Zhu became the mysterious female lead at the center of the students' discussions. All sorts of rumors formed and the rumors turned increasingly ugly. Another rumor almost made Ning Shu burst out laughing when she heard it. The two naked princes had been discovered by someone and they had been lying together. They had nothing on at all. It was unknown how many people, both male and female, had gone to take a look at the two princes. Some slightly bolder girls even quietly discussed it. It was clearly a threesome, yet now it was being spread as a love between two men. The students even started looking at Lang Ao differently, thinking that Lang Ao was also one in that group. As of now, Lang Ao's emotions could only be described as complicated. He had clearly been given a green hat to wear by his good friends, who he had practically viewed as brothers, and now he was being linked into this type of rumor. Fuck. He was the one most wrongly accused here when those two ran over and asked him where Ling Zhu went. He gave a cold smile, then beat the crap out of them. They actually had the nerve to ask him where Ling Zhu went. Lang Ao swore that he would never have dealings with these two bastards ever again. They had dug at his corner behind his back, yet they still had the face to come and ask him about her. Lang Ao sent a kick towards each of the two on the ground. He found that his combat ability wasn't that bad. However, why did he always lose when facing Lin Jiajia, that violent woman? Seriously? Lang Ao found himself reflexively walking to Ning Shu's classroom again. He came to this classroom practically every day. In the past, it was to find Ling Zhu. Later, it had been to pick fights with Lin Jiajia. His legs had already gotten used to bringing him here. He stood at the door and looked through the window at Lin Jiajia. She was currently focused on reading a book, her expression serious. As the sunlight spilled over her, it created a tranquil scene like a painting of an orchid. Ning Shu sensed that someone was looking at her. When she turned around and saw Ling Ao outside the window, she knitted her brows. This guy was probably here to ask her where Ling Zhu went again. She just couldn't understand it. Why did Lang A insist on coming here every day to ask her about Ling Zhu? She didn't know at all. From how Ling A was acting, it was like he suspected her of being involved in Ling Zhu's disappearance, though it was true. Lang Ao's heart leaped when he found he had been discovered. He felt a little ill at ease and embarrassed, as if he had been caught peeking at something he wasn't supposed to. However, when he saw the annoyed expression on Ning Shu's face, those feelings were immediately replaced by anger. He strode into the classroom and walked to Ning Shu. Lifting his chin, he questioned Ning Shu with an arrogant and demanding tone. Where did Ling Zhu go? I already told you that I didn't know. Why do you insist on asking me? You'd have better luck asking those two good brothers of yours. Lang O couldn't really refute, but he still pressed on. My intuition tells me that you're definitely related to Ling Zhu's disappearance. Fuck off. You think you're a woman. To even have a sixth sense, Although Ling Zhu's disappearance had been forgotten after being the topic for a time, those who cared like Mo Lingxuan hadn't given up. That guy even wanted to capture her and interrogate her to get Ling Zhu's whereabouts. Ning Shu didn't dare to leave the school even more when she found out that people from underground syndicates were lurking everywhere outside the school. When Lang Yao found out that some people were looking to cause Ning Shu trouble, he walked up to her and said arrogantly that if she agreed to be his girlfriend, he'd resolve the situation outside for her, Ning Shu. Ning Shu had never planned to have any sort of relationship with the people in this world. As for this guy, Ling Al, she'd just leave it to the original host to deal with him. She was a person that had to leave this world. Something that made Ning Shu happy was the fact that the school doctor uncle had brought back news about the original host's birth parents. Speaking of which, that was also a tragedy. The original host was nothing but a daughter that had been sold by her parents. That family had been too poor. When they heard that some wealthy person wanted to buy their maiden daughter, they sold her without hesitation. These had nothing to do with her, though. She had already helped the original host find her birth parents. She wasn't the original host, so she wouldn't make the decision for the original host. Ning Shu felt that the tasks were already pretty much finished. She was just wondering when she would leave this world when the system's mechanical voice rang out inside her head. Task complete. Leave the world? Yes, no, yes. Ning Shu chose yes without hesitation. She was truly tired of staying in this world. The tasks had seriously been too hard. If it weren't for the school doctor uncle, there was no chance that she would have been able to complete the tasks. It had all been due to luck. Ning Shu could only send the school doctor uncle's sincere well wishes that his experiments would proceed smoothly. Right after Ning Shu hit yes, she felt the world spin around her, then fell with a thud to the ground. She felt so dizzy that she was about to puke. She got up from the ground and glanced around. The surroundings were completely white. She had returned to the system space. Ning Shu gave a long sigh. Following that, she looked down and saw that her soul had actually become a bit dimmer. She hastily sat down and started absorbing the matter in this space. Although she didn't know what those things were, there was no reason to reject it when it could strengthen her soul. Congratulations, player, for making it back to the space. The system's cold and mechanical voice rang out in the system space. Ning Shu immediately stood up and asked, "Why did my soul become so dim? Could it be that completing tasks actually drains energy from the soul?" The only reason player was influenced by the original host, S emotions, was because player's soul is overly weak, explained the system emotionlessly. Then is there a way to strengthen the soul? Asked Ning Shu. She had a feeling that traveling between worlds like this drained the soul a lot. If she didn't have a strong soul, her soul would be used up sooner or later. There are medicine for strengthening the soul in the marketplace. There are also secret manuals with cultivation methods to strengthen one's soul. However, you currently do not have the qualifications to open the marketplace or the exchange system. The system as explanation had given Ning Shu hope until she heard the part about not having the qualifications. It felt like another bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. Player will only have the qualifications to open the exchange system once player officially becomes a player. Fine. Currently, she didn't even count as an intern. She was probably the smallest of the small cannon fodders, doomed to disappear forever if she died in the middle of a task. Examine stats? Yes, no. Yes. The stats panel immediately appeared in front of Ning Shu. Number 23333. Name, Ning Shu. Age, 27. Experience, 4,000, 4,000, 10,000. Soul, 60. Life, 50. Intelligence, 80. Charm. Luck, 20. Mental strength, 120. Martial arts, 10. Aptitude, 20. Abilities, 5. Ring shooting skill, trashy combat skill acquired titles. Ning Shu examined each attribute carefully. She was pleasantly surprised to find that she actually got 4,000 points this time. It was probably due to the fact that she had been sent to a mid-level world and managed to complete the task after, running into a stroke of good luck. As expected, things with high risk were accompanied by high interest returns. Player has been rewarded with 10 attribute points. The system's voice rang out again. Due to the fact that player's first task was a mid-level world and the fact that the tasks were satisfactorily completed, 10 bonus attribute points have been given. Ning Shu thought about it, then added 1 attribute point to charm. Having her charm level simply be several question marks seriously made her balls hurt. When she thought about her even more pitiful luck level, she added 5 attribute points to that without hesitation, then added 4 points to aptitude. Following that, Ning Shu's stats panel changed. Number 2333 name. Ning Shu age 27. Experience 4,000 10,000s. Soul 60. Life 50. Intelligence 80. Charm 1. Luck 20 plus 5. Mental strength 120. Martial arts 10. Aptitude 20 plus 4. Abilities 5 ring shooting skill. Trashy combat skill acquired titles. Nun Ning Shu saw that her charm level was finally no longer question marks. Though it was a lonely 1 point, at least they weren't questions marks anymore. Would you like to enter the task world now? Asked the system. Ning Shu considered it, then asked, "Can I enter it a little later?" "You can." Then the system fell silent.